Bro, can you hear me? Yo.
Bro, told
Welcome back to Newlands cricket ground, and we've got a studded cricket match waiting for us here. We've got our captains Raisibe and Dozake, and we've got Leah Jones as well as our umpires. Well, without further ado, let's get to the toss.
Heads.
And Raisibe has called heads, and unfortunately, Raisibe has lost this one. Well, Leah Jones, we know that you've got a very, very tough competition ahead of you, and this match is very important. What's the strategy behind this?
We're looking to have a ball first again. I think it obviously worked yesterday, but maybe something in the morning for us on the deck, and hopefully we can use it to our advantage.
Okay. And knowing that the Lions are second on the log, is there anything that, in terms of strategy, that you guys have in place?
I think it's just to carry on doing what we were doing. Obviously, it's worked for us, and we want to stay on top. So we're not going to let that slip today.
And are there any changes to the lineup?
No, same lineup.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And now we'll be calling Raisibe and Dogazake to the stand. And please tell us, are there any changes to the lineup that you guys have?
Yes, there is, Homba. Normally is out, Nomkulego Tebet is out, and Ishonolomis is out. So Resina Manak still playing, Liani Sonipul is in, and Rifilu Munchu.
And seeing as though you've lost the toss, is there anything that you would have changed?
I actually wanted to bowl first, but I think it is a win-win situation. So what we need to do now is just focus on getting runs on the board and keep it moving.
And in terms of strategy, I know that the Western Province is quite a tough competition. Is there anything that you guys have in place in terms of strategy?
For me, I think we just need to keep it simple, and we just need to focus on our KPIs and our goals for playing with them. I think the more we set a big target, we saw yesterday that it became a very tight game. So I think the main focus is just we need to focus on the little processes that we need to do, and then we'll take it forward.
Thank you very much, Raisibe.
Thank you.
Awesome. Well, we're going to wrap up now. We've seen that Western Province has won the toss, and it's been an incredible game. It's been an incredible morning so far, and we are in for an incredible game of cricket.
A very good morning to you from World Sports Betting Newlands cricket ground for this Hollywoodbets Pro20 clash between World Sports Betting Western Province and the DP World Lions. Kieran Thompson joined by Homba Mazalani on comms here this morning, and we have a pretty interesting game that's about to unfold between the top two sides in the competition so far. Good morning, Homba.
Good morning. It's going to be an interesting game. Like you said, these are two top teams in the Hollywoodbets Pro20. And it's going to be an interesting one because they are both vying for who is going to be hosting this final. And it is the first final of the Pro20 series in the women's game.
And if you've just joined us, just running through the toss this morning, it was World Sports Betting Western Province captain Leah Jones who won the toss. She's chosen to bowl first, pretty similar to yesterday's clash as well. Let's hope and see. Actually, let's wait and see if the result is the same as yesterday. Just in case you missed it, Western Province winning by 2 wickets. Closely contested 50-over game that went down to the wire into that last over. Western Province winning, as I mentioned, by 2 wickets with 2 balls to spare.
And it's also important to mention that the Western Province are unbeaten in this format of the game.
Pretty neat start here by Mia Lawler. Ball in hand, right arm over the wicket. She's having a go at Razina Manak. And that one just worked down on the leg side and should just get away for one. And the Lions off the mark now with the 5th ball of this innings. Fifth ball of this innings.
Some really good fielding there by Sio there in the mid-on region. And she had a difficult game when it came to the fielding, but it seems as though that she's awake and ready for this game.
Yeah, bright and early on a Sunday morning, can't think of much better things to be doing. Leah Jones just misread the ball there, but she was able to get herself behind it. That one just staying infield, and that's the end of the first over. 1 without loss, the Lions. And just while we change in between overs here, just a look at the two playing 11s. Western Province unchanged from yesterday's clash. And as I mentioned, Leah Jones captaining the side that sees Oluhle Sio in, Dalmi Tucker, Yandiswa Mangele, Kelsey Adams, Leah Jones, Jaylee Philander, Maya Lawler in there as well. Nosipo Vezi, she did well with the ball yesterday, taking 2 wickets for 27 runs. And Tatum LaRue as well, Kayla Reineker, and then Iman van Skalkwijk, who made her debut in the 50-over format yesterday. She's getting the nod to make her debut in the T20 today. Tatum LaRue with a bit of a loose start. She takes the 2nd over from the Weinberg end, and Homba's just going to have a look at the team in the visiting team, should I say.
And the visiting team has had a couple of changes, and some of them were due to illness. I think most of them have caught a stomach bug that's going around.
That's nicely played over the infield and will make its way to the boundary. First boundary of the day going in favor of Razina Manak. Played that nicely over the bowler's head and gets off to a good start.
And for the DP World Lions, it is Madison Landsman, Razina Manak, Jenna Evans, Sunette Folyun Low, Raisibe Ndozake, Faye And Faye Cowling is actually called up for the Proteas, so she will not be joining the DP World Wonders. We've got Homozo Rabo, and we've got Ayamwa Kaka, Sarah Nettleton, and we've got Loshogonolo Meso, who's also out due to a stomach bug, as well as Rebohile Mkize. We've got Refilwe Mnocho and Neo Molefe. And we've also got Lani Swanapool.
Tatum Leroux just struggling a little bit with finding a line and length in this first over. Maybe the body might just be a little bit stiff. Needs to limber up a bit more. It was a tough day out in the field yesterday. The Lions all the way in, batting out that 50 overs. And there's the wicket. Brilliantly bowled. Attacks that off stump. And she gets her reward. Sends that off stump tumbling away.
Definitely does, and it makes up for the over that she was having. Taking a wicket this early in the game really puts the game in favour of Western Province, and we all know that this is their format. This is definitely something that they enjoy doing, is dominating in the T20 series.
Most certainly, Homba, as you mentioned there. It's a really great start, but Tatum Leroux was struggling with that first 2 balls of the over. She's given away a couple extras and finally put the ball onto the wicket and gets a reward.
Definitely gets her reward there, and I'm quite sure the incoming batter, Jenna Evans, really needs to keep an eye out for Tatum, because as you've seen here, she will throw out those balls and really make you fish to play that ball, but because she bowls a slight back of a length, the ball going onto the 4th stump, it really catches you off guard, and like we've seen here before, Riza Manak definitely got caught off guard and her wicket fell.
Just the start Western Province would have wanted. Not so much with the extras that were conceded at the beginning of the over, but it's not how you start, it's about how you finish, and it certainly looks like it's going in the right direction for Tatum Leroux.
Definitely, like you said, I mean, what an interesting start, but we'll take the wicket, wouldn't we?
Of course, of course.
I think that's exactly the confidence booster that Tatum was looking for right now. Quite certain after taking a wicket like that, you start to feel like the over is actually turning into your favour now.
100%. Let's just see how she sees the rest of this over now, but you would imagine she's got a spring in her step. Giving a bit more width to that one there, and that one will make its way to the boundary. Nicely played, nicely timed through the covers there as well, just splitting the gap in between point and cover region.
That was nicely placed, definitely. And you could see that Tatum had placed that ball just off of that 4th stump region. Let's take a look there. And all you have to do when it's balled short and to that 4th stump region is it allows for the batsman to really open up their arms and, place that ball, guide it through point and the covers.
A real positive start from Jenna Evans. And that one's just cut away. She'll just run that one down to 3rd man. Runs the first one hard, but gets sent back. So just going back to that previous delivery and shot from Jenna Evans, she could have just given herself a little bit of time and just left that ball, watched it go by, but this is T20 cricket, so coming out with a real positive start, lots of intent, using the width. And that one a bit more towards off stump, and that's a solid end to the over. 11 from it, and that takes the DP World Lions to 12 for 1.
An interesting first couple of overs, and I think one thing that the Western Province needs to do here is they really need to be wary of those extras and those wides that they are giving out. You want to make your batsmen really work for those extra runs, and I mean, especially in a format like the Pro20, you can't be giving runs away.
Yeah, most certainly not. Especially at the top of the order, you want to make sure that you put the opposition you decided to send the opposition into bat. You want to make sure that you reap the rewards of that decision. And while there is still a little bit of overhead assistance from the conditions, it is a bit gloomy and I wouldn't say the brightest day in Cape Town. Still a beautiful morning though, but there's a bit of a breeze around, a bit of a nip in the air, and the pitch does look dry, so bowlers want to make sure that they... Oh, how's that one gone through? Looks like Mia Lawler's found the outside edge there, but keeper behind the stumps just not picking up the flight of the ball there. Fortuitous boundary for the DP World Lions.
Definitely so. If you look at it again, you see that it's going slightly on that off stump there, but unfortunately it just went past Philander and it was a bit too quick for her hands.
Got some late movement in the air, did Lawler there. Looked like the ball was shaping away from the right-hander and then just came back at the last second. And that one's too full and on the legs and easily dispatched away by Jenna Evans, who's come to the crease looking very positive. All of a sudden hit 3 boundaries in the space of the last 12 balls.
That's exactly what you have to do with a team like the Western Province if you are going to want to win. You know, you need to come back with some aggression and make sure that that you're placing the ball. And unfortunately, like you said before, that ball was slightly a bit too full and unfortunately a little bit too straight.
Much better, and she gets a reward this time, does Mia Lawler. Puts the ball back outside that off stump and sends Jenna Evans back to the hut. 13 or 4 runs, or 4 balls should I say.
It's definitely shaping up to be an interesting game of cricket. We're already 2 wickets down and we aren't even halfway through the power play. It's genuinely interesting. I'm at a loss for words.
Yeah, I was about to say with that previous ball, I mean, just looking at the field that Mia Lawler had set out, she had 2 fielders down on the leg side, as we see the replay of one of the boundaries she hit not too long ago. And we'll see the wicket there this time. We see what she tried to do just a ball before this, the previous delivery, where she had that shaping into the right-hander. This time she gets a line correct and gets the reward, sends that off-stump castling once again.
And there's nothing more satisfying than to see that stump just toppling over. And it was quite similar like the delivery that found the outside edge, or rather the inside edge, if I may say. And but this time it found the wicket.
And the new batter to the crease is Sunette Viljoenlouw, highly experienced. What can she do? It's a positive start, makes bat on ball, but straight to the fielder at cover there. It looks like Kelsey Adams. Always a live wire in the field and in the change room. So a bit of a loose start to the over, but Maya Lawler's brought it back nicely. She'll want to make sure she finishes this one off strong. A bit straighter, but not much the batter could do about that. Viljoenlouw.
You're right about that. There's certainly not much that batter could do. I think what Mia Lawler was doing there is cramping up the batsman, bowling it right at that good length area. And like you said, the ball does have a lot of shape. Most of it is swinging out.
A bit of width on offer. Can't seem to get it away, and that will be the end of the 3rd over. The DP World Lions now 20 for 2 at the end of 3 overs. Pretty solid over, 8 from it, but more importantly, another wicket down for the Lions.
And what makes Province incredible at the Pro20 series is the aggression up front. They really are quite aggressive, and if you come in as a batter and you just misplay or mistime any of your shots, unfortunately, they're not going to take it for granted. They are going to take your wicket.
Yeah, and as you mentioned at the top of the broadcast, is that Western Province are flying high, full of confidence, haven't lost the game, 7 wins out of 7. A win almost certainly puts them in the final, and they want to secure a home final. as we see Tatum LaRue just beginning her second over. That one's just worked down to in between square leg and fine leg. It looked like it was picked up by Captain Leah Jones. And I'm guessing that because she's out there, no, my eyes are lying to me. I can see Leah Jones on the pitch square as we sit right here. Yeah, barking orders over there from, looks like mid-off / cover, short cover region.
It was interesting to see the change of bowling, as that was last delivery was an in swing.
Oh, width on offer, and she's put that away as Sunette Fulyunlo nicely cut away, brilliant sound off the bat, and that will give her boatloads of confidence. She's now off onto a runner ball, 4 runs, and a much needed boundary, a pressure relieving boundary for the Lions.
I think that's exactly what they want, is getting a boundary at least in each over, because like you said, it really does relieve the pressure, and it's almost like you don't have to do as much work.
Oh, good reply from Tatum LaRue. That one fired into the block hole. Not much you can do with that. Fulyunlo just showing years of experience. More width on offer, and that one creeps through the infield and will make its way to the boundary. It's the second one of the over. It's the second one for Sunette Fulyunlo as well. And Tatum LaRue seems to be in a bit of trouble at the moment.
Definitely, and we've noticed with Fulyunlo, if there's too much on offer, she's going to put you through the covers, and she will find that gap. And she's really good at freeing up her arms.
More width on offer. Just seemed to be struggling to bowl to her field at the moment as Tatum LaRue. But there has been a slight change. There were only 2 fielders on the leg side. That's now been changed to 3. Maybe just providing some more protection on that cover boundary. It looks like Kelsey Adams has gone out onto down into the deep there. That one a lot straighter and just worked off the legs. Was there a bit of bat involved? Looked like it could have come off the pad. Umpire says no, that's bat. That will be the end of the 4th over. The DP World Lions 30 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Quite certain that at the moment the conversation between the two batters is let's keep the runs ticking on the scoreboard, let's search for those boundaries and punish the bad balls away, and really try and look for those singles whenever there's a good delivery.
100%, and I'm sure the other bit of that conversation would be let's just try and stay in the middle, let's consolidate. We've lost 2 early wickets. We're about to begin the 5th over, so if the 2 of us can stay here for at least another 3.5, maybe 4 overs, provide some sort of platform for the rest of the middle order, with their partnership now on 10 runs.
Definitely, and now we've got Kayla Reinaker coming in, and solid start from Kayla Reinaker.
Yeah, just to add to that, a nice change in the bowling. Kayla Reinaker was in the wickets yesterday, just picking up the one for her 35 runs in that Pro20 over clash. And that one too short and on the legs, and gets dispatched to the boundary. Nicely played by Fulyunlo again, who's finding the boundary with relative ease since she's come to the crease, and certainly relieved a lot of pressure on the visitors. But asking a lot of questions of the World Sports betting Western Province batters.
Definitely.
Bowlers, should I say.
Definitely so, and we know that with anything that's short, when it comes to Fulyunlo, she will punish it, and she's really good at freeing up her arms.
Yeah, that time just working that away to the mid-wicket boundary region. Just picks up a single, rotates the strike. Maybe it might be the best thing for Madison Landsman, just to get some time against the bowlers. She hasn't faced much of the strike recently. Much better from Kayla Reineker.
And, the run rate at the moment is sitting at 8, and the Lions are finding a boundary with relative ease.
Gets into position nice and early there, does Landsman, but just can't seem to work it away from the infield. Nicely collected by Captain Leah Jones, who's once again barking orders out to her players. Takes a quick single, but should be safe, comfortably home. And that's the end of the 5th over at the World Sports Betting Western Province. Once again winning the toss and electing to bowl first. The DP World Lions now 36 for 2. And we have a slight change in the commentary box as I'm joined by Anne Havenga. Did I get that right?
Hey Kieran, it's nice to join you. I've been watching the game so far and it's really a very entertaining game. I feel for like every bad ball that the Western Province ladies ball, there's a good ball and then it turns to wickets and then the game is turned upside down. So there's a lot happening.
Yeah, it's kind of been that sort of stop-start weekend for World Sports Betting Western Province. Or between these two sides, actually. They met in a 50-over clash yesterday, which was a little bit stop-start, went a bit slow at times, but we got a full day's worth of cricket. Quite a thrilling finish in the end. Went down to the very last over with Western Province once again winning by 2 wickets with 2 balls to spare. I don't think today's clash will be as long, but if yesterday's anything to go by, I'm sure it will be closely contested.
Yes, and now Nosipo Vezi is coming into attack. Yesterday she had a brilliant game. This will be her first over this innings.
Starts on the legs and some good fielding. Thought about taking a quick single, did Phil Yun Low, but she was sent back by a partner. Just to continue on what you said there, Anne, Nosipo Vezi doing really well with the ball yesterday. She was the pick of the bowlers, taking 2 wickets for 27 runs. Starts with 2 dot balls.
Building some pressure nicely. At the moment, I think they would like to get for Yunlo on strike. Madison Landsman, 2 runs for 8 balls, a bit slow at the moment, so she needs to get the single or the boundary.
Or even better, yeah. Nicely called there. And as you mentioned, needed to just shake the cobwebs a little bit, maybe just show a bit more positivity, but that boundary will do her the world of good. Coming into this over, the run rate was just under the 8-run mark, and just before this delivery it was down to 6.9, but it's now back up to 7.5 and over. Just a little bit too much width on offer there from Nosipo Vezi, which was really the first loose ball of this over. Gives that one flight, and that one goes straight to the fielder.
I feel like it's been a problem overall. The boundaries has come from short, wideish balls from Western Province ladies. Something they need to work on. I mean, the 2 wickets were where they targeted the stumps. So again, need to get the line and length right.
Ooh, play down the ground, but there should be someone out sweeping in the deep. That was Tatum LaRue doing the fielding out on the long on boundary. And certainly, I know you mentioned there, Western Province getting their rewards when they started attacking the stumps. The moment they start giving a bit more width on offer, ball gets dispatched to the boundary. Fuller and straighter this time, and finishing with a dot ball to the end of the 6th over. Takes the Lions to 41 for 2.
It's a good first over from Vezi, just the 5 runs from it. Definitely under the rate that they're currently going for. Just the one boundary that was really one of the balls that really didn't go very well. But for the rest, it was really quite a good over from her, and I think she can be proud of it. Brought the run rate down a bit, and we see Kayla Reineke now back in the attack and coming in for her second over. Kayla having an incredible series now with the Protea ladies, and definitely wants to build on that form.
Yeah, she'll be full of confidence. And that one just goes straight to the fielder from Madison Landsman. So she's taken her time to get herself in as Landsman, but she looks like she wants to be a bit more front-footed and aggressive in her approach now. Oh, that's nicely played. Delicately played behind square, and it should run to the boundary. And she picks up another 4, does Landsman. Takes it to 11 of 13 now. And the Lions just starting to build up a steady partnership that's now moved to 25 runs. Looking a lot more relaxed in the middle. Just giving these Western Province fielding side a little bit more to think about, and we see a change of angle here for Kayla Reineke, who's now coming around the wicket to the right-hander.
Just couldn't get that ball away. Madison Landsman really trying, as you said, with some intent, trying to get some better boundaries, getting some more runs at the moment, but I feel at the moment it's either a boundary or a dot. But
well, she comes down the track for this one, and that looks like it just about bounced before it hit the rope. We're waiting for some confirmation from the umpires out in the middle.
Did look like a 4, and yes, it's been confirmed that it's given a 4. Just missed the boundary for a 6, the boundary rope.
Made her mind up really early there, did Landsman. Comes down the track and sends it back over the bowler's head. That one a bit too wide and on the legs this time, and worked away to the fine leg boundary for another 4. So back-to-back boundaries for the Lions as they close in, actually go 250 now. They're 50 coming up after 6.5 overs. 53 for 2 now, with one more ball to come in this 7th over. Kayla Reineke gives that one a bit more air, and this time it finds the fielder Dalmarie Tucker there at point. And she's kept the ball in her hand. Does it mean she's going to be bowling this over? No, she's not.
Not the best over from Kayla Reineke, 12 from it. First over just went for 6, so 12 is definitely not what she would have wanted, especially because 12 runs, 3 of those were the boundaries that went for 4 runs. I think she would have expected something better. So 3 boundaries, 3 dots.
Yeah, just seemed like she was searching a little bit too hard for the answers there was Kayla Reineke, but she's still got another 2 to come back as Nosipho Vezi continues right here from the Wynberg end. Full and straight. And she looks like a really tricky customer to work away, does Vezi. She bowls at a somewhat of an awkward pace, but her line and length is pretty decent. That first over only going for 5.
Definitely think it's a pace that breaks a few spirits at the other end. It's very difficult to get that ball away.
And that one, this time it actually gets put away by Phil Yunlo. It actually seemed like she picked up the flight of that ball pretty early, made up her mind quite early as well, as she plays through the line and sends that over or through the mid-wicket region all the way to the boundary. Not much the Western Province fielders could do about that. Oh, that's nicely played as well. Almost flat batted back across through the cover region, and Nosipho Vezi now looking a little bit rattled. The previous ball she went onto the leg side, this one trying to push it back outside that off stump and get sent away to the boundary.
The thing about Phil Yunlo is, and I actually had this chat earlier with someone, is that she's really such a powerful player. It's not someone you want to upset because she has so much power and so much strength. And And as we saw now, she plays a dot ball because that's the other thing Sunette for Yun Lo has so much experience. So she has power, she has strength, and she can put that ball away and she can hit it. But she's been around the block and she has so much experience. And for some of these bowlers, I think it's a very difficult customer to bowl to.
That one just slipping down leg side, and that one will be an extra as well. So not the greatest over for Vezi. She's started off with a dot ball, then been hit for back-to-back boundaries, and now just struggling for a line, maybe trying to try something different. And as Anne mentioned, she's also dealing with one of the most experienced customers in this league, in this format as well. So battle of wits out there between the batter and bowler at the moment, and it seems to be won by Phil Yun Lo. She's now on 22 of 17. This partnership all of a sudden now up to 42 runs.
When Vezi decides she's rather going to bowl that over, she pulled out right at the end. So it hasn't been the last ball of the over. She's going to start her run up again. And I think we can expect the last ball of the over now.
A bit of what's on offer, and the experienced Phil Yun Lo says, nope, not taking the bait this time. That's the end of the 8th over. DP World Lions now 62 for 2.
I think the last 2 overs, Landsman started to hit a few boundaries and she picked up her run rate. But it's interesting for me that their approach hasn't been to find that quick single here and there. At the moment, it's a lot of boundaries or dots. And I think, firstly, singles would help a lot. It always helps to change batters, etc. But secondly, I think if they could have gotten for Yun Lo a bit early on strike, even though Landsman has picked up her pace a bit, for Yun Lo really looks in good touch. So I would have loved to give her even more balls at the moment. So yeah, the opportunity wasn't there to run for singles, but I do think that they must find that intent a bit more than just going for the dots.
Yeah, it certainly seems as though these 2 batters have a solid plan to wait for the bad ball, trying to go for the boundary as opposed to trying to work the singles around. As we see a change in the bowling coming from the Calvin Grove end, it's Captain Leah Jones who's bringing herself into the attack. She'll be bowling to Madison Landsman, who's now 19 of 17 deliveries. And I'm sure the Western Province captain will want to break this partnership and get her side back in the game. Oh, finds the edge with the first ball, but that one will make its way to the boundary. So another fortuitous boundary for the visiting side. And that should take the partnership up to 50 runs now, if I'm not mistaken. Unless my math is off, yeah, and it seems to be off, unless I've read into the future. This partnership now 46 runs. Leah Jones just making some fielding alterations as well.
Leah Jones obviously last year getting some game time with the Proteas women when they played against Ireland, and she got her first few caps there, so it's always good to know hard work is rewarded.
Much better from the Western Province skipper. She was actually in the runs yesterday, top scoring for Western Province and taking them home with 57 not out. Surprisingly not really getting into the wickets where she's more commonly effective.
Yes, it was a maiden 50 yesterday, so and it came at a crucial time. As we know, the Western Province ladies were a bit in a pickle yesterday, and
to say the least.
Yeah, Leah Jones actually with a maiden 50 got them out of it.
Oh, comes down the track does Landsman and finds the fielder this time, so some more positive intent. And she did have a bit of a slow start where she faced more balls than had runs. She's now turned that around and really showed a lot of maturity out there in the middle. Western Province just need to make sure that they stay vocal and loud in the field just to keep themselves awake. Bit of width on offer from the Western Province captain there. Maybe could have capitalized on that one there, could Landsman.
I think she was a bit indecisive.
Wasn't sure if she should leave it or play.
Thought maybe it's too wide, it might even go for wide, but it was just right.
More width on offer this time, and it will make its way to the boundary. That's so nicely played by Madison Landsman. Too much width on offer from the Western Province captain. Rocks into position onto that back foot and cuts it away for 4. And now we finally have the 50 partnership between Madison and Phil Yun Lo.
I almost thought Kayla could have gotten there. I think the pace was just too quick. But maybe with a dive or a bit more effort, she could have got that off. But ultimately, it's a brilliant shot for 4.
Again, more width on offer. Really making Dalmi Tucker work out there. Found herself on the deck a few times. Twice in the last 2 deliveries did Tucker. And it looks like she's also going to come into the attack from the Weinberg end. It's the end of the 9th over now. The Lions 71 for 2.
Yes, and as you said, Dalmi Tucker is taking her cap off, getting the ball ready. Dalmi Tucker, also such an experienced campaigner, has played for the Protea ladies numerous times before. And it's always good to see, and that's actually brings so much experience with the ball and the bat. And I think she would like to break this partnership. As you said, in the previous over it went for, or they currently are over on 51 runs for the partnership, just over 50 runs. So it's a crucial time now to get the breakthrough.
Oh, very loose start, that one going all the way down the leg side. Umpire says wide ball. It's almost like Dalmi Tucker knew immediately that one maybe just slipping out of the hand, maybe still a little bit stiff. Gives that one air, comes down track, does Landsman, and just picks up the single.
That brings Phil Yun Lo again into the attack. I think this is a battle I'm very excited to see. Dalmi Tucker with her experience, Phil Yun Lo with her experience, and he's going to come out on the top.
Unorthodoxly played, but she's kept it out. Dalmi Tucker just trying to give the batter a bit of bait here. She's got 2 catches, one at long on and long off. And then there's someone out on the mid-wicket boundary. Oh, gives that one some flight as well. Phil Yun Lo very uncertain on how to play that one, but she manages to get bat on ball eventually.
Yeah, she looked a bit uncomfortable there.
Too short, but straight to the fielder.
Very nicely stopped. I think that would have hurt the hands a little bit. A lot of power used there.
A nice little wake up on a Sunday morning for the cover fielder there. So, Iman van Skalkwyk at cover, making a debut as we mentioned. She made a 50 over debut yesterday. So Dalmi Tucker just about surviving from bowling 2 really short balls, making a slight change to the field again, just giving the batter something to think about. Kelsey Adams going down to the cover boundary. It's another catcher at long on and square leg, and that's nicely bowled.
So just 3 runs from that over. I feel some of those balls, as you mentioned, Kieran, was a bit loose from Damri, a bit short, but at the end of the day, she wasn't punished as much as some of the other bowlers, and it's only 3 runs from that over, 1 being a wide. So well done by Dalmi for keeping the run rate low. As we get to the halfway mark now, I'm joined again now by Humba for the next 5 overs. What's your observation been so far? 5 overs now away from the mic, but obviously still watching the game. And what are you taking away from it? Let's just quickly look at this ball and then we'll get back to your opinion.
Well, definitely Province hasn't been bowling their best. Bowling, it could be tight as we've seen before. I mean, they are dominating in this series, so that's probably one of the things that I would say that they can definitely sharpen up on. Otherwise, their fielding positions and how they've been attacking their fielding have been really great, and it's good to see partnerships forming as we had a little bit of a stumble of wickets early on.
That ball has worked around very nicely, and that will run for 4. Madison Landsman really joining into the party. The first few overs for Yun Lo was really dominating the partnership, going for the boundaries. And then in the second half, Landsman started to contribute to the boundaries as well. That ball, she just works it very nicely off the pads and plays it for 4.
Definitely, and Landsman's definitely an aggressor here, and that's exactly what you need in the Pro Series for the T20s.
Very similar ball, but Landsman just couldn't get it away. This time straight to the fielder, it will be a dot. Yes, I think it's a decent approach from the bowler, Mia Leila. Her first ball going wide, very wideish again. She's been a bit wide in the previous 2 overs, and she has been punished for it. But she's bringing it back nicely, targeting the stumps. As we see there's another dot ball. So 5 runs so far from the over, 2 balls left. But back-to-back dots, which builds a bit of pressure as we get into the second half of the T20 innings.
It definitely builds up a lot of pressure, and she bowls that ball very well on the 4th stump.
And another one straight to the fielder. There hasn't been a lot of opportunities for catches, for run-outs, I must say. The trend that I've been seeing at the moment is either a lot of boundaries or a lot of dots. But these boundaries have been just hit very flat and straight for the boundary rope for 4 usually. So not a lot of opportunities to catch. And there is a catch. Commentator's curse.
Definitely, and Ogohlesio took that one, and it was just as you were saying that there's not a lot of opportunities for catches, and it happened. The ball was hit up into the air, probably mistimed, and that wicket fell.
Yes, it's very ironic, so I'll stand by that. Sorry for whoever I offended in the in the team for saying there's not a lot of opportunities, but the opportunity was taken. It was a brilliant catch as we look at the replay now again. Yes, it's for almost in the 11th over or in the 12th over, and this is the first catching opportunity there has been in the match, and it was taken. It was a brilliant catch, and that means it's the end of Madison Landsman. 33 runs, 30 balls, and 7 fours. So 28 from those 33 runs were boundaries. As I said, it's either been dots or boundaries, and we clearly see that as the new batter, and that is also the captain of the DP World Lions women, makes her way into the field.
Definitely, and it was a fall of a massive wicket. It was the fall of the aggressor, and so that means that there definitely will be a slowing down of the run rate and breaks up that brilliant partnership that was building. Probably going to slow down that run rate of 7.5 as Raisibe Ndozake goes in to bat, and she's also known to be quite of an aggressor, so she'll most likely play the role as a stabilizer first and then get to work.
Definitely, and I think a bit of extra pressure is now added on for Yun Lo to keep the run rate up. So we see Dalmi Tucker back into the attack. And that's another dot ball. We've said in the previous over that Dalmi Tucker has bowled. She's been bowling quite awkward for Yun Lo, and for Yun Lo has treated it awkwardly. It's as if she doesn't completely know what to do with the balls, as we saw there now again. Just mistimed it. Yeah, so at the moment, Dalmi Tucker is winning the battle between these two experienced players. And for Yun Lo needs to get this ball away, and she also can't lose her wicket. And there's half an appeal. I think they thought it might have caught an edge, but the umpire isn't interested at all.
It's definitely going down leg, so there's no interest at all from the umpire there. But good appeal from the team.
Yes, and I think the approach at the moment from full Yun Lo is just to see this over through. 2 more balls remaining, but 4 so far going for dots. And that's a brilliant shot. Absolutely brilliant, just working it away from for 4. And that's exactly what full Yun Lo had to do. Just see out the good balls, and as soon as she got the bad ball, she just...
It's a good head on her shoulders for Yun Lo. She's a very experienced player, and you can tell right there, it's almost like she creates a lot of time before she goes in and, selects her shot. She got the opportunity to rock onto her back leg and really open up her arms. There's a small little conversation happening there between Raisibe and Full Yun Lo.
Yeah, so Full Yun Lo has really been punishing the short ball, and that's what happened there. It was a bit shortish, but at the end of the day, Dalmi Tucker has finished the second over, just 4 runs from it, that 1 boundary. Overall, she's been going for 7 runs for the 2 wickets. We've seen Mia Leila back into the attack. This will be her last over for today, as she bowls her 4th over now. So far, had some good moments, had some not so good moments, but at the end of the day, 14 runs, 2 wickets is not bad at all. I actually think numbers look a bit better than the way she's been bowling, but she's been getting wickets, and that's what makes her so incredibly good.
And I think the umpire wanted to call that one, but didn't. Slightly going down leg. There's a little bit too much shape and in the air there, so it's a confusing one, that one.
Yes, and we've spoken about Mia Leila. She's just 16 years old, such a good player, and definitely can have a very long career ahead of her if she's managed properly. That's another dot. The captain will definitely have to try to just get a single, work the ball through for that, so that we can get for Yun Lo onto strike. I think that is the most important goal at the moment, is just to rotate strike so that for Yun Lo is back on strike.
And, just as you said it, they've rotated the strike, and they don't call for that second run, which is a good call, because as we've seen, there's been a little bit of slight miscommunication in the past couple of games when it comes to the Lions and calling for that second run.
Yes, and that ball was cut off very nicely. She hit it straight down the ground, and it looked like it almost may go for a boundary, but it was cut off nicely. Let's see what Full Yun Lo does with this ball. Just a dot. I said it previously, it's a very interesting intent for me at the moment from the DP World Lions women. I really think in a T20 game, rotating the strike a bit more, going for those runs is very important. I just think at the moment, going for a boundary or either a dot just isn't the smartest option. I really don't know why they're trying to find a single a bit more.
Full Yun Lo's bowling has just been on the money as well. It's in that good region, and it's also got this outswing to it. So it makes it quite difficult to open up your arms and find the width that you need, as well as have enough time to find that bat speed. So unfortunately, the Lions can only take those singles.
We've seen our last ball of the over for Mia Leila. half an appeal from the bowler, but the umpire doesn't seem interested, and neither does the rest of the team, but it's always worth a shot. That would bring the end to the over for Layla. That is 2 wickets, 16 runs for her 4 overs. Yeah, it was absolutely a brilliantly done from her. 3 of those, or 12 from those runs that from the 16 were boundaries. So really nicely bowled. Here and there boundary, but for the rest it was here and there single, but for the rest it was dot balls. So, and 2 wickets, so really well done.
Definitely so. It's a very economical spell from Mia, and we'll see what Dalmi Tucker has for us.
It is very smartly played from Phil Yunlo. Dalmi Tucker is getting a bit of flight, and we've seen that Phil Yunlo has really been struggling with that, and she just moved quite early to get the ball almost on the rise, barely even bouncing, just to try to get the ball away. And I think that's a very clever idea. As soon as the ball was onto her feet, she's really been struggling with Dalmi Tucker, but she got the ball away for the single. And Rasibe definitely also needs to do a bit more as we get to the back end of this innings. And that will be a 4. That's exactly what she needed to do. It's a very loose ball from Dalmi Tucker. So far, Dalmi has really been looking good, but that was just a terrible ball. And I'm so glad Rasibe just capitalized on that to get her some confidence and to get a boundary.
Definitely, and I mean, with Raisibe, the flight is not the issue here. This seems to be right in her play of pocket. And I think that one just hit the top of the glove, maybe clipping the thumb.
Yes, that's a much better ball from Dalmi. Obviously, the previous one that was punished was a full toss, but again, right on the money again, where she's been really effective so far. Oh, very close to a catch there. 1 or 2 steps close, and that would have been out. It was actually a very good effort from Layla, really trying to get to that ball, moving across very quickly and sticking out of the hand, but it's safe at the moment for the batsman.
And a good rotation of strike from the Lions there. They are starting to tick up that scoreboard quite well. They're sitting at 93 for 3, and the partnership has 14 runs, so it's building up quite well.
Again, a bit short from Dalmi Tucker, but the pace was quite slow, and it was a bit. The ball got a lot of flights. It was not that difficult to put away, but at the end of the day, it will go for 1 run, and that also means it's 9 runs from the over, which is one of the more expensive overs from Dalmi Tucker. And I think it was very well played by the DP World Lions women, going for the boundary, the 1 ball, and the rest, there was just 1 dot, so 4 of the rest of the balls actually went for either a run or 2 runs, and I think that's exactly what they need to do to rotate the strike and to slowly build momentum. So I think it was a good over from them.
Definitely a good over from them, and like you said before, the most important thing here is for the Lions to rotate that strike and to keep the dot balls at bay, take those singles where they can. And we see Captain Leah Jones coming up to the crease as she is about to deliver, and she's known to dot up a team quite well.
Yeah, so we quickly have a look there. Leah Jones with her first over went for 9 runs. Not badly at all, but she took herself out of the attack for a bit, decided to bring herself back now as we move to the last 6 overs of the game, and for Yun Lo will face her first up. And a bit of a misfield there from Layla. She actually cut the ball off quite nicely because it was hit with so much power, but I think because of that power, it was a bit of a misfield and she couldn't quite hold on, which meant that they went through for the single, which I think is clever. And Rasibe now, for the first time, will face Leah Jones.
And Rasibe is also known for loving a little bit of pace on the bat. She knows how to place the ball quite well. So let's see what she does with Leah Jones.
And that it's just got off by the fielder. They had the fielder in place, almost as if they knew what the plan was. So that will also just be another single. At the moment, Leah Jones not bowling too badly, as the batters can just rack up the singles. But for Yun Lo is back into the attack, facing the ball of Leah Jones, and I know for Yun Lo would love to put this ball away. Yeah. Leah Jones going to bowl that again.
Yeah, definitely. Like you said, Phil Yun Lo really enjoys, again, a batter, a bowler, a ball that's been delivered with a little bit of speed. And whenever a ball is going short, she loves to put those ones away. Always searching for a boundary. And quite often in this game, she's been able to find them.
Just couldn't get that away. As we saw, she hit the bottom of the bat. She just couldn't quite middle that one. I feel Phil Yun Lo has actually started the game very nicely with going for the runs, getting the boundaries, but she slowed down a bit. I do think the partnership that was broken rattled her a bit, brought her a bit off her speed, but she needs to pick it up again.
It's a good use of footwork there. They called for a second run and they didn't take it. Smart call from Phil Yun.
Definitely hit the ball a bit better and middled it a bit more, but the fielder was already in place. Not much she could do there to do anything more, but it's a single nonetheless.
That ball, I think it went past Leah Jones's feet there. So, but luckily there was someone behind her to get to that ball.
The fielder Seal cuts that off, nowhere through for them to go, no run there. So that brings up another dot ball. Definitely a much better over from Leah Jones in the first one. So far just going for 3 runs, 1 ball left. But I actually think it was a very good idea of Leah Jones bringing herself back into the attack and backing herself. That is a great ball right on the feet. There's not much you can do. A Yorker, and she can only protect herself by feet, and that is another dot. So great over from Leah Jones, just a free from it, and 3 singles, 3 dots.
That's exactly the type of over that you would need from the likes of Leah Jones, coming in just to dot it up and reduce that run rate. At the moment, the partnership between Phil Yun Lo and Raisibe Ndozake is sitting at 18 runs, which is it's good. We're happy that they've been able to stabilise, especially after the fall of a wicket.
Yeah, so we're now the 15th over, and I will talk to you later again.
And welcome back.
Wonderful to be back, Humba. Just a quick stretch of the legs. Oh, that one goes over the top and makes its way to the boundary. And that's also the 100 up for the visitors. The DP World Lions now moving to 102 for 3. As we just have a look at this replay, just a little bit too short from Dalmi Tucker. Easy to pick up the flight of that ball. And batter was onto that in a flash. A bit uppish. Oh, nice bit of fielding. Direct hit, but safely home was Raisibe.
And just to pick your brain a bit, we see the scores sitting at 102 for 3. What do you think a good defendable score would be here?
Generally at Newlands, a par score is about anywhere between 130 and 150. And based on the type of platform that they've given themselves here, the DP World Lions, I think 130 is easily achievable. But they've got wickets in the bank. They've got a very experienced Sunette Phil Yun Lo at the crease on 34 of 38. So you would expect there to be a bit more risks, especially considering the fact there's a lot more batters to come. That one given too much air, but misses out, does Viljoen low over there. She'll be a little bit frustrated with that one. Just going through a shot off camera now as well.
Oh, and it was quite a cracker of a throw-in from Yandiswa Mangele. And she had a brilliant day of fielding yesterday. Nothing went past her, and if you took a run, unfortunately, her arm was too good. She would take your wicket.
Yeah, I wonder what she had for breakfast yesterday. She was super energetic in the field yesterday. Homba, we're just starting to see a little bit more aggression from the DP World Lions batters, trying to take the field on, trying to get the fielding side to just think about themselves a little bit more as we come to the end of the 16th over now, 105 for 3. Dalmi Tucker just looking at her 4 overs. She's gone for 24 runs, and no wickets, but pretty decent in the end. Economy rate of 6 and over.
It's definitely so, and at the moment, I think what Leah Jones will have to do here is to dot them up quite a bit. There's a couple of changes in the field, sending her fine leg and third man out to the boundary.
Got you back, Jack. Yeah, and just to expand on that, Omba, it looks like fine leg is a lot more squarer, whereas third man's in a more central catching position. Oh. Plays all around that one. Has to hurry. But the throw was a little bit off target, and she gets home safely, does Rasibe.
And that's what Leah Jones is so good at, is those variations. You could see that one was bowled with a lot more aggression onto the pitch, and it almost rattled Rasibe for a bit there.
Another dot ball, and just off your screen we saw a slight change in the field once Sunette Viljoen Low came back on strike. Those 2 catches that were on the fine leg and third man boundary just coming back up into the ring. Leah Jones telling the batter, if you want to go for boundaries, you're going to have to be a little bit smart and try and play behind square, otherwise try and take my catches on at mid wicket, long on, long off and cover. Gives herself room, works that onto the offside, but some pretty poor fielding out there in the deep misfield, and that one goes to the boundary. Tatum Leroux just taking her eyes off the ball at the very last second there. It looked like a pretty regulation single, much to the chagrin of the Western Province captain, as we see there. Whoops, just taking her eyes off the ball at the last second. Another big shot down the ground. Oh, another fumble this time from Leroux, but she can't gather the ball there, does Leah Jones. The throw could have been a little bit more accurate. I think that would have made things a lot more easier, but under the pump now is Tatum Leroux.
It's unfortunate the ball came to twice in a row, and there was a slight hesitation, and I think that slight hesitation there really cost the run out, because it was truly seconds from happening.
Now Leah Jones just seems to be a little bit rattled, maybe just trying to push the pace a little bit too much. Drags that one, or actually sends that one wide, but she'll get an extra ball to try and correct things. Just back to Tatum Leroux, really horrible stuff there when you feel like you've just made a mistake. Hopefully the ball doesn't come to you, but cricket's a funny old game and that ball will find you. Onto the legs and just whip down to long on boundary rather, just the single. So a bit of an expensive over. 8 from it so far, maybe 9. My math isn't mathing.
Definitely an expensive over, but anything can happen here. We could see a wicket. This is the game of cricket after all.
And that one going down the leg side. Just letting it slip a little bit here, Western Province.
And especially at this point in the game, coming towards the end of the 16th over, I think this is when you start looking for those dot balls to create a little bit of pressure. And I think what Province is not doing here is creating that pressure. They are letting it slip away.
Oh, unconventional, goes over the top, but finds Kelsey Adams on the boundary there. Will just pick up the single this time to end off the 17th over. DP World Lions now 116 for 3. As we see Ntozake Raisibe running down to get some water, and I would imagine a message from the dugout from the Lions over there. Some pretty serious conversations going on. Maybe just being told it's okay, we've got a good base to work from here, try and go for the runs. 130 should be the minimum we score here. The Lions, that is, they are clearly in the ascendancy at the moment, really aggressive. And Western Province look a little bit short of answers at the moment.
Definitely so. When you say short of answers, I mean, they had the foot on the neck, if I'm at a loss for words here, on the Lions. But unfortunately, somehow in these last couple of overs, they've really let the pressure go. And you can start to see the batsmen settling into their roles now. And like you said, probably the message from the dugout is, listen, girls, go for it now.
That's up. It's a chance. Should be taken. And is. It's brilliantly held on to by Mia Lawler. A bit of a tricky catch, but she goes for the unconventional reverse cap and takes that perfectly. Tatum LaRue back into the attack to finish things off here at the death. She went for 21 runs in her 2 overs at the top of the order, and she's come back and maybe just giving the team a bit of a collective apology with the wicket of Ntozake Raisibe. She's gone for 17 off 16.
And that wicket of Raisibe is a big one. They had a beautiful partnership of 37 runs and had held the team together, especially when there was a slight topple of wickets. So to reduce now the pace and the momentum of the runs that the Lions were getting is, I don't know, falling into the province's favour.
No, most certainly. I mean, if we look at a couple overs ago, the run rate was healthily over the 7.5 mark, pushing nearly 8.2, 8.4, and it's now dropped to 6.8 and over. So Western Province getting a wicket at the right time, just slowing the runs up slowly, and now all of a sudden adding a bit more pressure with that wicket.
And to face this next delivery is the new batter, Ayabonga Kaka, a seasoned player, that is, and she's no stranger to high-pressure situations.
Ayabonga Kaka obviously not known for batting, but she can also tonk it from time to time. So she's definitely come in as a pinch hitter. Makes bat on ball straight away, chance, but safely home. Some good work done at mid-wicket there by Captain Leah Jones. But Ayabonga Kaka making her mind up really early, get bat on ball, get Phil Yun Low back on strike.
Definitely, since Phil Yun Low has already got her eye in, it's definitely in their best interest to keep her facing as many of the deliveries as possible.
And on the other side of that, Western Province will want to make sure that she gets as least strike possible. And that one just carved out, will make its way down to mid-off. Nicely collected by Mia Lawler. Took a brilliant catch a couple balls ago at the top of this over.
The ball just can't stay away from Mia Lawler at the moment. And I think also it's a brilliant strategy from Tatum LaRue, as she is definitely bowling to a field.
Gives herself room over the top, but shouldn't make its way to the boundary.
And they return for 2. There was really good footwork there from Phil Yun Low.
Yeah, really showing all of her experience is Full Yun Lo. She's now 43 of 44 deliveries, so kind of just slipping behind the rate she was going at earlier. Bat on ball this time again, but can't make it past the fielder.
It's brilliant foot movement from Ayabonga as well. You see as Tatum runs up to deliver her ball, she positions herself quite well by just slightly stepping back and really allowing for her to open up her arms and play that ball through.
Oh, that's a wide ball. Actually going to be a no ball for full toss, and that will mean a free hit on the way. Just back to what you said about Ayabonga Kaka's stance there, just before the ball was about to be bowled, she was actually batting outside leg stump, which is not conventional at all, but makes sense at this stage of the innings, just giving yourself that room to try and go over the top, and gives the bowler something a little bit extra to think about. They might overpitch a delivery, you end up getting a full toss, or worse, like we just got the ball before. Another full toss, and that gets sent to the cleaners. That's a maximum, the first one of the day.
Absolutely. Anything that is bowled either short or too much of a full toss here from Full Yun Lo will literally be sent to the stands, and that's exactly what happened here. Gave herself enough room, used her legs, and just sent that one straight back to the stands.
Exactly the type of ball any batter would want to receive when they are facing a free hit. So a pretty decent over, or start to the over for Tatum Leroux, ended in disappointment. She got smashed over the mid-on boundary for 6, and that takes the DP World Lions to 128 for 4, 2 overs to come in this innings.
And that brings us to Kayla Reiniger, who's had a clean spell so far.
Yeah, she's been pretty decent in her 2 overs, 18 runs from it. No wickets to show for it just yet, but she's been somewhat of a tricky customer to get away for the Lions batters. But she's going to be up against Sunette Full Yun Lo, who's now on 49 of 45 deliveries. Actually, no, that's Ayabonga Kaka on strike. Beg your pardon. Gives that one air and worked off the legs. Runs the first one hard, does Kaka. She turns back for 2 and will get home comfortably. We spoke about it a couple overs ago about what a respectable total looks like for the DP World Lions. They now move to 130. So anything from this point onwards, I would say, is a pretty competitive and defendable score.
Definitely so, and given what the wicket does here at WSB Newlands, it's a really respectable total.
Oh, nicely bowled. That one just a bit quicker through the air from Reiniger, and that's some brilliant fielding out in the deep there by Kelsey Adams. Really nimble footwork to get around there and then make sure she kept the ball from reaching the boundary. So well done there. Good cricket all around. And again, full and into the legs, into the block hole. Just had to dig that one out there, did Ayabonga Kaka. It brings Sunette Full Yun Lo back on strike.
And they've been really good at rotating that strike, not letting any balls go for a dot, and really being aggressive and making sure that they get the runs in, especially at this point of the game. We are at the 18th over, so every run counts.
Nicely bowled from Kayla Reiniger. Just to try and wrestle back a little bit of control into this over. There's 2 more to come from it. She's already gone for 5. She'll want to make sure she can stop Full Yun Lo from reaching that milestone. Nicely bowled again. Full Yun Lo maybe now starting to get a bit itchy, wanting to get to that 50 so she can check that off and then restart again. Try and send her team closer to the 150 run mark. With 1 over and 1 ball to come. 7 balls to come from this innings. And that's worked onto the leg side. She'll comfortably get one. Ayabonga Kaka turns for two. The throw is a little bit astray. And Sunette Fulyunlo gets home, takes it to 50. Brilliant innings so far. She's had to come in at a bit of a difficult time, and she's carried her bat essentially throughout the innings.
Definitely, and that's the type of play you need from a senior player like Phil Yunlo, who, just like how you mentioned, came in when the chips were down really for the Lions, and really has turned the game around, came in, stabilized the innings, and now we sit with 135 runs up on the board with her 51 runs for Sune Lo.
Yeah, certainly a really important knock from Phil Yunlo. And as you mentioned, this partnership now also up to 19 runs. This is pretty much a free-for-all this last over, as the Lions will want to try and they should get past the 140 run mark. They'll try and push to get close to 150. Western Province need somewhat of a tight over to make sure that doesn't happen. Oh, and she gets the wicket. That one just drifts through the air, and Ayabonga Kaka can't seem to pick up the flight there from that Nosipho Vezi delivery, and she gets her first wicket of the day, her third wicket of the weekend.
My goodness, that shape in the air of that ball, it was just something to marvel at, because it looked like it was slightly going out wide, and then it just at the end of that delivery just swoops back down and really just angles itself in. Let's take a look. There's lots of flight on offer, and then it just swings right back in. And, you know, Nosipho Vezi is known for coming in at really at times of the game where Province needs to slow down runs, and she does exactly that. She comes into the game, she slows it down for Province, she dots up the balls, and if not dotting up the balls, she'll take the wickets.
Indeed, and wicket she just took, creating a nice angle there, just coming in a little bit wider from the crease, and I think that's what maybe bamboozled Ayabonga Kaka with that last delivery, because she seemed to have picked up the flight of the ball, maybe just the pace undone was her undoing over there. Something similar comes down the track, does Khomotso Rapoe.
Slightly faster delivery from Nosipho Vezi. It's good to have variations within your over, so that the batsman can't necessarily tell what's coming up next.
A bit of width. That one could have maybe just getting away with one there, did Vezi.
Vezi's having an incredible over so far. Like I said before, she's known for coming in terms of when Province really needs her, creating that pressure and dotting up the team.
Comes down the track. Ooh, could this be taken? Should be taken, and is. Really smart bowling from Western Province.
And Nosipho Vezi on an absolute roll right now. That's 2 wickets and just dotting up the team. And it just seems like the Lions don't necessarily know what to do with themselves in this last over.
Yeah, just interesting, Humba, watching the non-strikers end, where we see a little bit of a frustrated Sunette Fulyunlo, who looked like she was ready to run for a single had there been bat on ball, but unfortunately for the Lions, the batter taking the bait there and trying to go over the top, trying to take on the fielder at the mid-wicket boundary, and instead hits the ball straight down her throat.
Well, it's been a marvel to watch Nosipho Vezi in this last over of the game, and she's been absolutely incredible in slowing down the run rates here, and really either dotting up the Lions or actually just being aggressive and taking wickets.
Yeah, really expert piece of death bowling here from Vezi. All of a sudden, now got 2 wickets in the game. Goes hard and square across the wicket. Kayla Reineke just collects that comfortably, tosses it back in. that brings Sunette Viljoen-Louw on strike for the final delivery of this innings. She'll definitely want to go big. Try and aim for the short boundary on her leg side. Vezi will know that the shorter side is down leg, so maybe try and keep the ball on off. Comes down the track, and this one looks like it's going all the way. It has. What a shot. Brilliantly played by Viljoen-Louw. Superb knock that takes her side to 142 for 6. Brilliant innings by Viljoen-Louw. She's scored 57 or 49, carried her bat right through the innings with a crucial knock.
And, there was a time here in this game where we thought the Western Province had the upper hand on the Lions, and the scorecard wasn't looking so good as they had quite early wickets fall. But as you've seen right now, Sunette Viljoen-Louw has really carried her team across the line, and it's the type of innings you need from a seasoned player, especially when the chips are down.
Most certainly, showing all her experience there. That last delivery in the block hole, she gave herself enough room to try and go big and over the top she did. And just the wrap of this innings, it was the DP World Lions who score 142 for 6 after being sent into bat by the home side. Sunette Viljoen-Louw top scoring with an unbeaten 57. Madison Landsman, she was good value for her 33 of 30 balls. And Tokozo Raisibe also getting a runnable 17, while Jenna Evans chipped in with 13 of 5 deliveries. Mia Lawler, the pick of the bowlers for Western Province, she took 2 for 16, and before that last ball of that last over was actually Nosipho Vezi, who would have been the pick of the bowlers. She was on 2 for 15 until being sent over the boundary with that last ball. So the equation is simple for World Sports Betting Western Province: 143 runs to win from 120 balls. We'll see you shortly. A very good afternoon to you and welcome back to World Sports Betting Newlands for this Hollywoodbets Pro Women's 20 clash between DP World Lions and Western Province. In case you missed it, it was the DP World Lions who were sent into bat first. They scored 142 for 6 with Sunette Viljoenlouw top scoring at the top of the order. They're coming in actually after losing a few wickets early on. Viljoenlouw scoring 57 of 49. The umpires, Ian Mostert and Wilma Jones, ready in the middle. The players are now starting to make their way onto the park in what should be a thrilling and exciting run chase.
Yes, I definitely think the DP World Lions can feel very confident about that first innings score. We talked about it in the break. Maybe a single yell there extra would have even pushed the total up further, but that is unfortunately not the case for them. They still got a very good total on the board, and the World Sports Betting Western Province ladies will have to get a score of 143. That's a run rate of just over 7, and it will definitely be a difficult task for them today. They are without some of the experienced batters who's currently doing duty for the Protea ladies. Some of them are injured. We know Danai van Niekerk is currently not here. So it will definitely be a difficult task for them. And we know that they would miss Faye Tonnicliffe a lot. Faye has been outstanding this season, as she has been numerous previous seasons, and she's a big part of this batting lineup, scoring some big runs up front to put them usually in a very good position.
Yeah, certainly, and a tricky test indeed for World Sports Betting Western Province, who I must admit don't have the most experienced batting lineup as you mentioned. So as much as it will be a test for them, it will also be somewhat of a challenge that I'm sure these players who are hungry for opportunities to rise to the occasion. And it will be Relebohile Mkhize who takes the first over from the Wynberg end. Bat on ball for that first delivery. It's Oluhle Sio who takes strike. She's joined by Kelsey Adams, who's at the non-striker's end. And that's given.
Fingers up. Second ball, and they got the wicket. I just wanted to say Sio and Kelsey Adams obviously batting a bit out of position at the moment for their team, and it seems like batting up front, opening the batting wasn't to be today for Sio, as she lost her wicket there in the second ball. It's a really good ball, hit the middle of the pad, and the finger almost immediately went up, as well as the appeal from all the players.
Yeah, the perfect start for the DP World Lions, as we see the replay here from Relebohile Mkhize coming left arm over the wicket, dead as all money. That ball pitching in between middle and off stump. It looked like it was nipping back to hit middle and leg. And unfortunate bit of deja vu for Oluhle Sio, who was out to the same bowler, so it's certainly been Relebohile Mkhize's weekend in terms of that little battle. She's gotten Sio twice in as many days. So maybe something to work on and think about for Oluhle Sio, dealing with left arm bowlers in the future.
Yes, because we spoke about it maybe a bit earlier, I mentioned it, but there's a very good chance that these two teams will face each other again in the final. 2 more weekends left before that final weekend, and these two are currently topping the log, and we'll see how things progress, but there's a good chance they'll face each other again.
Oh, and another one!
Dalmi Tucker was on the pitch, and she's off the pitch.
What a brilliant
that
delivery.
That was in such a good delivery.
Mkhize causing Western Province all sorts of trouble with that new ball. Left arm over the wicket. That second ball just hitting the top of off stump, sending it flying. What a delivery. The Lions in Western Province in all sorts of trouble. The Lions in the ascendancy, pouncing and getting 2 wickets with the first 2 balls. Mkhize now on a hat-trick.
Yes. I mean, we didn't even have a chance to talk about Dalmi Taka, but what a ball that was as the stump was out of the ground.
Just beautiful shape there from the left armour coming over the wicket. Had Dalmi Taka playing all around that one, beaten all ends up, Lions in the driving seat.
There wasn't much Dalmi could do. Dalmi is such an experienced batter. I always say her 50 against Australia in that one test for the Protea ladies was exceptional. So we know what she can do against some of the best bowlers in the world, but that was such a good ball. And this means that Kayla Reineke will walk onto the pitch batting at number 4. So a lot of players batting out of position. Dalmi Taka not usually number 3. Kayla Reineke definitely usually doesn't come in as number 4, maybe a bit later, number 5 or 6. But things are changing up a bit, and Kayla will have to stand her ground because, as you said, Kieran, it's a hat-trick ball.
And I'm sure the Lions fielders will also get involved with this one. Lots of pressure on Kelsey Adams and Kayla Reineke, who's just come to the crease now. Western Province in all sorts of trouble. 2 without loss. 2 batters already in the back in the hut without troubling the scorers. And there just seems to be a bit of a delay.
It seems like the wind has picked up one of the
gazebos. Oh,
gazebos.
Wow. Okay, hello.
Unfortunately, it's not shown on the screen, but in short, it is turned up almost on the field and it's flying all over. So firstly, it's a safety hazard, but secondly, it's right where the batter is supposed to. It's right behind the bowler at the moment. There we have a quick
and there we have a look at what's going on. And quite similarly to how this game's been turned on its head, that gazebo's followed suit.
Yes, I think this has broken a bit of the momentum maybe for the bowler on that hat-trick. But she will have to wait a bit, gives the batters some time out in the middle to think. We see the players and the coaches and security trying to secure it. Struggling a bit there at the moment. So that certainly means the wind has picked up down there.
Are we ready to go once again? Oh, tight start. Smartly played by Kayla Reineke. Don't want to do anything too extravagant there. Just make sure you get bat on ball, play the ball on its merit. Don't be a victim.
It was really actually a very good ball, and I'll tell you that Mkhize wasn't far off from that hat-trick. If Kayla Reineke might have missed that just a bit, I think it would have been right on the spot.
Oh. Seems to be getting a bit of assistance from the conditions here, does Mkhize. As we just saw with that gazebo blowing over, there is a steady wind that's picked up around the ground. So maybe that's what's causing the Western Province batters a lot of trouble. 2 right-hand batters back in the hut already, seemingly struggling with the left arm seamer. Comes down the track, does Reineke, bat on ball, but that is a dot ball. Double wicket maiden to start off Western Province's run chase. It's all gone a little bit haywire in the start for the home side. The visitors in the ascendancy. It's no runs for 2 wickets.
Yes, I think the Western Province ladies have been unsettled. That was a very, very lively first over. Really good balls, 2 wickets, a lot going on in the ground, the wind picking up. At the moment, I think the thing that's important for them is composure. Just sticking it out, building a partnership, and it's all these cliche things people usually say, but it's true. If your score is 0 runs, 2 wickets, there's really not much else you can do.
And also just not what you want to see as a batter. I mean, you know your team's under the cosh from the get-go. First 2 balls brings wickets, and the second over you think you're going to get a bit of respite, and who is at the Calvin Grove end? It's Ayabonga Kaka.
Yeah, that is, I think, which is a bit unsettling for them after such a great over, knowing now that you have to face the experienced Kaka.
But she gives a bit of width on offer to Kelsey Adams, who's onto that in a flash, sends that through to the cover boundary just to settle the Western Province nerves a little bit.
Well, that was a really great shot. As you said, it was a bit wide and punished.
Yeah, just a bit too much offer, a bit too much width on offer there from the experienced Ayabonga Kaka. Also a bit short. Kelsey Adams rocks onto the back foot and puts that away through to the boundary. Some more width on offer this time. Not too much footwork from Kelsey Adams, who rehearses a shot afterwards.
A bit of a swing and miss.
Ayabonga Kaka's got 6 fielders on the offside, so really bowling to a field at this point. Flat bats that one across onto the leg side might trickle away to the boundary, but some good work out in the deep. And Province will get away with a couple there.
Yes, it's really good seeing Ayabonga Kaka back for the DP World Ladies Lions team, as she obviously was with the Protea ladies now in the T20s against Pakistan, but she's not being considered for the ODIs and immediately back for a team playing. She's someone that's been around the block, and it's always good to know that she really values her cricket and wants to contribute where she can.
Just a minor fielding alteration for the Lions, bringing a player into the mid-wicket region now. Kelsey Adams, bat on ball, wants to come down the track but gets sent back by Kayla Reinico. Not comfortable running to the danger end. And I think a really important innings is in the making, or on the cards, touchwood, for Kelsey Adams. Struggled of late, but she's had a positive start here. She's been there from the start, only faced 4 balls, but seen wickets tumble around her. She knows her side's under pressure. She'll need to either carry her bat or do something similar to what Sinette Viljoen Low did in the first innings for the visitors. The Lions will want to keep their foot on the throat of the hosts. And just a change of pace this time from Ayabonga Kaka. Kelsey Adams trying to work that onto the leg side, but maybe just got through a shot a little bit too early. But
Yes.
she'll be comfortable and a little bit confident getting bat on ball. Once again, just can't work it away. Picked up by the fielder, and that's the end of the second over. Western Province now 6 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Yes, Ayabonga Kaka, they're going for 6 runs in her first over. The first ball immediately was a bit wideish, and that went for a 4. 4 dots, and then 2 runs also that was offered in that over. Not a bad over. I don't think she troubled the batters too much. Kelsey Adams faced all 6 balls, and she looked relatively comfortable. But we will now see Kayla Reinico back on strike. She faced the last 3 balls in that first over, just seeing the over out, playing a few dots. And I think the DP World Lions will go with the same bowler that they started off with, Mkize, and it obviously makes sense to bring her back into the attack to finish another over after that brilliant start.
Most certainly. Rele Bohile Mkize starting off with a brilliant double wicket maiden. She comes down the track, but probably pitched outside leg stump. Umpire Ian Mostert not interested at all.
Maybe not the best option for Kayla Reinico to go for that shot when a team is quite in trouble. It's a good use of the feet, and it was lovely to see that she really wants to. We look at that replay. She wants to play with some positive intent, but maybe just not the right shot at the moment.
It's a decent return from Rele Bohile Mkize. Kayla Reinicke is certainly a player who's oozing confidence at the moment. She just about had her first run out with the Proteas women. She's batted really well, and in her first opportunity on the big stage, played an important knock not too many nights ago for the Proteas as they beat Pakistan. But she needs one of those showings for her local side here. And she goes big and over the top. Does it go all the way? Looks like it hits the fence. Umpire Ian Mostert just about confirming that's gone all the way for 6, although the fielder seems to think it's a 4.
But it was.
I think
given
we
as
might
a
just
4. We'll have a quick look at the replay there. But the umpire said 4.
umpire is now signaling 4, but based on what my eyes are seeing, what our eyes are seeing, that looked like a 6 to me.
It hit the rope, which
But-
indicates that it's a 6, but
Umpire's call is final. Oh, a bit of unfortunate but good fielding from Kelsey Adams there, who sees to see the funny side of it. Just looking at that replay again, certainly looks like it hits the cushion first, but call's been made. Fuller this time, and Kayla Reinicke maybe playing across the line when she should have played straighter. Digs that one out but can't get it away, and it's another dot ball.
yes, it's interesting. Obviously, we don't have reviews as such in a game like this, but something like that, I won't necessarily say it's a review, but we do have the footage on offer, and I do think it's something they can look into the future for maybe calls like that, to just have a quick look at the replay. The umpires can even have a little screen there at the bottom.
Really good shape, Relebohile Mkhize. Such a clean bowling action and line and length she's bowled so far. Only 4 conceded from her first 2 overs. She's got 2 wickets to show for it. Western Province still in a bit of trouble. 10 for 2 after 3 overs.
Yes, the Western Province women, they've built it now a semi-okayish partnership of 10 runs, just in the sense that they haven't lost another wicket when it was obviously very difficult to set out. But the problem now is that the run rate is starting to pile up again. It's almost 8, and they're going for just about 3 at the moment. And there's not as much star power to hit over the boundaries. Kayla Reinicke is probably that player for them, and she's already at the crease.
Yeah, maybe not the worst thing in the world, but that required run rate is obviously moving in the opposite direction that Western Province would want it to be going. But at this point, after losing 2 quick early wickets up front, and the Lions bowlers clearly in the money and in the pound seat at the moment, you would think maybe just see out these first 2 overs, try and start consolidating a partnership and give yourself or your team a good chance. Nicely pulled away by Kelsey Adams. She'll just scamper away for a single. Ayabonga Kaka, really tricky customer to get away. She's got boatloads of experience, played at multiple World Cups, taken tons of wickets in both formats of the game, all formats of the game really. And someone the Lions are really relying on, even though it's Relebohile Mkhize who's done the business so far. Quick single, Reinicke scampers away. Made their minds up quickly, they did, Adams and Reinicke.
Yes, so 2 singles from the last 2 balls. Kelsey Adams back on the attack. She's actually done quite nicely with Ayabonga Kaka so far. So let's see what she does now here with the 4th ball of this over.
Whoops that one off the legs. Picks up another single, does Kelsey Adams. So Western Province just slowly starting to creep themselves into the game. Clearly very behind the required run rate. currently going at 3.8 and over. That's not the biggest concern at the moment. It's nicely kept out. Adams coming to the danger end, puts the fielding side under pressure, and they wilt. And Western Province get away with that one.
Yes, Kayla Reineke didn't know where that ball went. And
she did well to keep it out though.
Yeah, and definitely. And the run out was definitely on for the Lions team, but of that misfield, unfortunately, didn't happen.
And we finish off with the dot ball. Just going back to the previous delivery, really good positive intent from Kelsey Adams. She was the one running to the danger end. She made her mind up early, set out onto the run, and that's actually what you get taught in mini cricket. If the ball's behind you as the non-striker or the striker, listen to your partner.
Yeah. No, so far, actually, I think what we said right after those 2 wickets is that they first have to build a partnership and then they can look at the run rate. And at the moment, very slow partnership, only 14 runs, or not that big as of yet. But that's exactly what they need to do at the moment, and they're doing it quite well. So the key is here to not lose a wicket. But for the rest, they are doing what they are supposed to do, and I think we will see that McKeezer comes back for her third over. Usually, sometimes the spell's just 2 overs and then they bring in a new bowler, but they feel she still has something to offer, and she definitely has if she can trouble them up front.
Yeah, the Lions really on the front foot and on the attack at the moment. They sense there's more in it for them, and Mkhize as she begins her third. Oh, that's gone straight up. Should be out. And is out.
And that is a dangerous batter, Kayla Reineke, that is walking back to the dugout. As we said, maybe a little bit more patience that she had to show. We know she has the big shots, but the partnership was a bit more important than going for the big shot. Especially from Mkhize, as we look at that replay again.
Really poor shot from Kayla Reineke. She knew it immediately, went through the shot a bit early, possibly also caught the bottom end of the bat, but she knew the moment she hit that ball, she should be out, and the Lions alert in the field, on the prowl in terms of getting wickets. Western Province in a lot of trouble now, 14 for 3, and we are only 1 ball into the 5th over. That brings Captain Leah Jones to the crease now. She's joining Kelsey Adams. Leah Jones scoring an unbeaten 50 that took her side to victory yesterday. She'll probably need the same or something similar, maybe even better, to see her side anywhere close to getting towards that victory, which at this stage seems unlikely. Western Province under the pump, only going at 3.4 and over, already 3 wickets down, and the Lions full of confidence and sensing, or even though sharks normally smell blood in the water, you know what I mean.
I think maybe Kayla Reineke was thinking of taking on Mkhize because she's been bowling that well, but I think that was totally the wrong decision. Mkhize has been bowling really, really well, so I think you needed to respect the bowler and not go for that shot. I think at the moment so far Mkhize has been on top of these Western Province ladies, and didn't make sense to go for that shot with a bowler that has her tail up.
Loose delivery, nicely played, and even better bit of fielding from the Lions.
I think it's for Yun Lo there. I have so much respect for Yun Lo, not the youngest player out there in the middle, but such a great athlete firstly, but also someone that really loves to be in shape, work hard.
A real competitor.
Exactly, yeah, no, it's incredible to see.
Yeah, and just to add on what you were saying about Phil Yun Lo, she's also pretty brave to be diving around onto a pitch there. It's probably going to pay for that tomorrow or Tuesday with some bruises and scratches, but comes with the territory. Really important partnership, or really important that Western Province build a partnership with Jones and Adams. bit on the leg side and a bit short. Leah Jones did want to turn for 2 but slipped. Rather just play it safe. Shows a bit of frustration at the crease there, but I'm sure the message between her and Adams will just be, let's consolidate. You and I need to stay here for as long as we possibly can. Let's try and build a partnership. I'm just having a word with Kelsey Adams there now.
What an extended word in the middle of the over. 2 more balls to go in this over, but yes, so Mkhize is not done yet. Kelsey Adams actually hasn't faced the
Mkhize delivery.
No, it will be her first, which almost feels so unlikely, but it's true.
Oh, that's so well bowled. Such a perfect shape. I don't know why, but things just look so much better when a left-hander is doing it. Whether it's a left-arm seamer, left-arm spinner, left-handed batter, just looks so much cleaner and more technically sound. And at the moment, some really textbook bowling from Relebohile Mkhize. A bit unconventional, played around that one, but she gets away with a single, does Kelsey Jones. And that will be the end of the 5th over. World Sports Betting Western Province 16 for 3, still 127 runs away from victory. There's a quick change in the commentary box. I'll be back in a bit.
Yes, so we quickly have a look there. The Lions women, after their first 5 overs, were 36 for the loss of 2 wickets. They did also lose 2 wickets quite early up front, and then it was obviously that very important partnership with Landsman and Phil Yun Lo that took them almost to the 15th over. But in comparison, the Western Province ladies are 16 runs for 3 wickets, so 20 runs different and an extra wicket to tumble. The victory seems unlikely for the Western Province ladies, but then I always say the second step is how well can you play out these 20 overs. Do you go down without a fight, or do you put up a relatively good fight and then actually create a chance to possibly win this game? So we'll also now see a change in the bowling. They're not bringing back Ayabonga Kaka for her. They're changing the spell up, and it's Sarah Nettleton with her spin bowling that's coming into the attack. Nettleton has been around the block. She's also been part of the Lions team for quite a bit last few years. It's just, Kelsey Adams just rocks back there on the back foot, plays it straight to for Yun Lo. And so Sarah Nettleton, after a bit of pace, brings back the spin.
And one thing that the province is really good at doing is taking those singles, especially when we've got Leah Jones at the crease. She will look for those singles, she will look for those gaps, and she will create opportunity to make sure that the scoreboard is ticking.
And just over the fielder, and it's going to run for 4. I won't say there was a chance there, but it was a bit risky, with the fielders really looking good of the Lions women and the position they are in. But Sarah definitely played well over the fielder, and it's going to run for 4. So that is Leah Jones with her first boundary in this inning so far.
Definitely, especially when Leah Jones is at the crease, she definitely becomes one of those batters that comes to stabilize an innings, and that's exactly what Province needs here. They need someone who's gonna, bat with confidence and just really stabilize the innings, like I said before.
Let's quickly look at this ball. Ooh. Worked quite well off the pads, but straight to the fielder. One bounce just before the fielder again. Really not a solid chance there, but I won't say that the Western Province ladies are making it easy for themselves. there's small percentage of chances of being caught there, and they just need to make sure they clear the fielder. And she is dropped. And that is exactly what I've been saying. They have been getting the fielders. They get them all across the field, and it's a bit of a problem. They're picking them out. And as we have another look there, the replay quickly, Leah Jones trying to work that away very strongly, and she was dropped.
And unfortunately, that was Refilwe, who did not necessarily land that catch, and could be quite costly, especially with someone like Leah Jones, a stabilizer, when it comes to moments of pressure for Province. And that's exactly what she did that's exactly what she did in the previous game, where there was so much pressure and they had so many wickets down. Jones came in and really just really worked the field. So costly wicket to drop there.
Yes, and of course a very unfortunate wicket to drop there. But the thing is, it was actually not the most difficult of catches. Maybe the pace, it was hit quite well, but it was right at, it was right in the middle of the body, and she just had to put her hands out. And her hands were ready. She just couldn't keep the ball in those hands. And as we see now, Kelsey Adams moving along nicely, getting another 4. And she's obviously been in from the start and looking relatively good under the pressure so far. Interesting call by Brendan McKee's back for her 4th and final over. I do get it. It makes sense. She has been on fire. I don't always understand why people leave their best bowlers for later if you can see that the game is solidly in their favour. But very interesting to finish her spell first up.
Definitely an interesting call, but like you said before, we can tell now that Rebogile Mkhize is definitely on fire, and she's hitting her lines, she's hitting her lengths, she's getting the good variations in, and she's definitely bowling to her field. So it is definitely, it's in her favour, like you've mentioned before, Ane, that to bring her on to finish up her spell, you never know. Maybe she's able to sniff out another wicket.
Oh, that is a 4 from Kelsey Adams. I actually thought that we talked about it a bit earlier, but Kelsey Adams has actually not faced a lot of the McKee's balls. She faced that she actually did not look too bad when facing these balls. So Kelsey Adams now hitting 2 4s from the first 3 balls. So I don't think McKee's wants to bowl to Adams, but maybe try to get Leah Jones on strike for those last 2 balls. I think that she can maybe see if she can trouble Leah. But actually Kelsey Adams has been one of the only batters not being troubled by McKee's. And a dot. Yes, Kelsey tried to get that ball away, but it was a bit fuller, which made it very difficult for her to do. So 2 more balls left from McKee's and this very important spell from her. And as you say, she likes the dots, but she would prefer wickets. And Kelsey Adams just working away nicely for that 1 run. McKee's last ball of the over and over spell. She will bowl now to Leah Jones. I think, except if it's a really bad ball, Leah Jones will look to punish it. But otherwise, I think Leah will just see it through. She knows how good McKee's has been, and no need to do something funny off the last ball. And that is stopped nicely in the field, and that brings an end to the spell of McKee's. 4 overs. That first over of her was, of course, a maiden with 2 wickets. Overall, she has taken 3 wickets. She conceded 15 runs. I don't think that's very accurate because obviously 2 fours and a single in that last over. So from the last over she conceded 9 runs. That means that first 3 overs went for 6 runs with 3 wickets. That's been incredible. Couldn't finish that strong. Obviously still not bad, but I think we were so used to her getting the wickets now that we almost expected her to get one last wicket.
Oh, definitely. When it comes to Mkhize, one thing that she is, she's very economical. So she really read the Western Province players very well, knowing exactly which lines to bowl. And there's an appeal out there. It's a massive appeal.
Has it been given? Did I miss it?
Kelsey Adams seems bowled.
She's bowled. I thought there's an appeal from the keeper at the back that she's been caught, but she's been bowled.
Unfortunate for Province because, Kelsey Adams was starting to look like she had gotten her eye in, and it just really just mistimed that one as we take a look again. And
yeah, it's bowled.
Very interesting ball right there.
From this angle, we couldn't clearly see it. Almost looked like the keeper got it almost blocked offside a bit there, and she almost appealed to the umpire there, so that was why it was a bit of a strange situation. But no, it was bowled, and yeah, as you said, very unfortunate that it's Kelsey Adams. I think she was looking really well compared to how this game has been going, how they've been playing. Kelsey Adams actually really impressed me so far, and as we said, she's not usually an opening batter, but she has to open at the moment because of the shifts in the team. And she actually looked really well, so it is a bit of a sad moment for her. And that means Yandiswa Mangler is into the attack on the pitch. She's going to face her first ball now. And currently the Western Province ladies are 30-4.
Oh, definitely. Western Province at the moment finds himself in a little bit of trouble in there. And, it's one thing to have a toppling like this. It's another when some of your best batsmen are not here, actually. One thing that we must mention is that for Province, one of the heavy hitters at the moment is playing for the Proteas. So the batting order has seen a little bit of a shuffle with the absence of batters like the likes of Faye Tunnicliffe. It really makes it for a very interesting game, and they have to really work incredibly hard. And it just seems like this game isn't necessarily in their favour.
And I think the thing that made it extremely difficult is that 1 or 2 of the wickets that they were lost was maybe a bit stupid from their side, especially the one of Kayla Reineke. But for the rest, actually, the ladies of the Lions have just been bowling extremely well.
You're definitely right there. They've worked extremely well, but a little bit of a slight misfield there. So they will take that second and turn around for a. They will take around for a second run there, and it's slight misfield, but the DP World Lions have been playing quite well, except for that little bit of a misfield over there.
Yes, definitely. Just shifts all her weight forward to make sure she gets a decent block there, and that ball has nowhere else to go. But yes, I think they've been bowling really well. I mean, a lot of their wickets were cleanly bowled with extremely good balls, and there's not much you can do about it. And that is a dot to end the over. So Sarah Nettleton, 2 overs gone, 6 runs, 1 wicket. The 1 wicket she picked up now on the first ball. And the Western Province ladies doesn't have answers at the moment. You can clearly see that. And as I say, it's very difficult to get those answers if they actually bowl that well. That first over was just incredible for Mkhize. There's not much you could have done there. And to recover from that is very, very difficult. We'll see now, of course, a change from the Weinberg end. And the reason for that is that Mkhize had all 4 overs now done. So she cannot come back into the attack. I think they would have loved to have her back into the attack. So yes, we've got a new bowler ready to add some medium pace to the crease.
Definitely. Refilwe is also known to bowl her lines and lengths quite well. She loves a back of a length ball. She loves bowling on that fourth stump, and one of the variations she loves is a slight in-swinger. So it's going to be interesting to see what the pitch has on offer for her. Again, goes for that fourth stump, and there's no one to receive that ball and catch it. And well fielded there by Ayabonga Kaka.
And Refilwe will definitely have to try to make up with a wicket, because she was the one earlier that dropped a very important catch. Not too big of a problem in the context of this game, but obviously it does add up, and you want to be in complete control of the game. So if she can get now a wicket to just say sorry for that earlier dropped catch, I think that would be a bonus for her team.
It would be definitely a lovely apology, as the DP World Lions have been doing so well, and good line and length on offer there for Rebogile. Slightly straighter, and really seemed to startle Kelsey. It's really seemed to startle Yandiswa.
Swing and a miss, a bit wide. She tried to get some bat on that just to get the ball away, but unfortunately not. I should say she likes to bowl a bit wide, and the keeper just follows the ball, catches it, not much to it, but there was a swing and a miss. That's the thing that builds pressure. 2 runs, 7 balls. You need to get that ball away.
Good use of footwork and well stopped there at the boundary. Absolutely lovely fielding, because that actually stops the second run, as Yandiso says, no return, let's just take the one and let's just play it safe.
It was a great stop at the boundary, using all her forward momentum to stop that ball, but then also making quite sure that she does not step over that boundary rope to give away the 4. So great fielding, and it's applauded by her teammates.
Good use of footwork there by Jones, but unfortunately it doesn't seem like she middled that ball really well.
No, and Leah Jones, as you said earlier, will now have to take responsibility as to be the enforcer. Yesterday she played an incredible good innings, getting a maiden 50, guiding the rest of the team. It should have to play a similar role today, but obviously less balls involved with a T20.
Again, that shape just left Refilwe's hand slightly going wide.
Yes, as you said, she does like to go a bit wide, but this was too wide, and crazy to see that this is actually only the second extra of the game, the first wide. So that just explains how well the Lions have been bowling, and she will have to bowl the last ball again.
And this one hit by the meat of the bat, and we'll take it all the way for a maximum. Great use of feet, great use of just bat speed there by Leah Jones.
Yes, it was all there in the wrists, just flicking it across for a 6, and that was a clear 6. Earlier in this game there was she got nicely, she just works it along. Yes, earlier this game, or in this innings, there was a bit of I won't say a controversial moment, but there was a moment where it looked like a 6, but it was given as a 4. But that's one way to do it. Just hit it so far out that everyone is very sure that it's a 6. So it's well done. And we see Sarah Nettleton back into attack for her 3rd over, picking up the her first wicket in the first ball in the previous over. And just works it along very nicely there. It was a good ball, but wide-ish. And Leah Jones now back into the attack. We clearly saw that Leah Jones now wants to start hitting a bit more up the tempo, but with that previous 6. So let's see how she does against the spinners.
And again, a great use of footwork.
And it's a 4.
and it's gone all the way to the boundary for 4.
Yes, so just what I said, Leah Jones has been looking to up the tempo. Yesterday with the ODI, she took a bit of a time to settle in, but usually Leah Jones is one of those people that try to bat as quick as possible. She likes going for her shots, and it's not necessarily a bad thing in a T20. So she's just opened the bat there very nicely, played it over the fielder's heads for 4, and Sarah Nettleton will have to change up her approach.
And there we go, they steal another single, and they'll go again for a second, and that's what happens when there's a few misfields. When you have someone like Leah Jones in strike, she will go for those seconds, and she will always look for gaps, and a gap she did find.
Yeah, so it looks to me like that is Madison Landsman, and that is her second misfield in the last 2 or 3 overs. Similar position, and she missed the ball twice. Bit of an interesting misfield, to be honest, because it's not the most difficult ball. It wasn't actually that hard, and the previous one as well. So just unsure what is stopping her at the moment from doing her best field work. But luckily, it just goes through for a single or 2 runs, and not too much damage done. We see this is also just a 1 run as she plays it off.
And that one was bowled a little bit too straight, and to Leah Jones, and they'll take that single. This one slightly going down leg, but well managed by Yandi Swap, just flicking away with the wrist. Great use of footwork, and another dropped catch by Refilwe. Refilwe is not having a good day on the field at the moment.
No, and the thing that makes it difficult as always is we quickly have a quick look at the replay before we move on. Both catches that she dropped was actually relatively easy catches. It didn't come too hard, and it was actually quite in the middle of her chest, both catches. This one was maybe a bit more in line of her stomach, but the previous one was well in the chest area, which is actually a very comfortable position to catch a ball, both of those. She didn't have to move much, both of those. She only had to stand still. She was in the right position. So, yeah, it is very unfortunate. She's going to bowl now, but Sarah Nettleton obviously was not very happy that was the case, that her ball was dropped from her bowling, and I get that. You work so hard as a bowler to create the opportunities, but nothing you can do about that. She, as we said now, is back in the attack for her second over. And I said in her first over she needs to rectify that drop catch, and now there's 2 to her name.
Hard hit on the deck, and can it find anyone? Another dropped catch. Refilwe is really not having a good one on the field today. It is just something. There's 3 drop catches, and you know, the game of cricket is quite funny. Once you drop a catch, the ball will find you.
Yes, let's quickly just look at that ball again.
Yandis really ran down the track with that one.
As I say again, the thing that amazes me from all 3 of those drop catches is she was actually in a perfect position for all 3 of them. Not much she had to do, not much she had to move around.
Again, another one up in the air, and this one is definitely taken. This one was a sitter, and you know, we are very happy that Raisibe Ndogas probably took that one, as you know, it was about time.
Yes, the captain holds on to take the wicket, and let's just quickly have a look at the batter. It is Leah Jones that is walking. 19 runs from 14 balls. Leah Jones went for the approach that I said she would. As we quickly look there, she tried to go for the boundary. She's a positive batter. She likes to score big. Did she assess the conditions? Probably not, especially because that first ball, although she was dropped, she went for a similar shot and it went straight up, and then she went secondly for that and didn't work out. But yeah, that will bring out Mia Leylet to the crease. the young batter, I think she's only 16 years of age. And I do love that she's currently in the Western Province ladies side. That gives her the opportunity to grow with some of these very experienced professional players. And I actually had a chat with someone earlier that maybe she getting all this experience can really benefit her in the long run. Hopefully in a year or two's time can play for the under-19 SA ladies, and she's already part of some of the training camps, etc. So yes, Rafiwe getting the wicket at last. It's her first wicket, but also after that 3 dropped catches, the captain holds on for this one. And there's no use, I think, as a player you are aware that you've dropped 3 catches, and that does play into your emotions, and there's no need to focus on that. But I do think it's very unfortunate as a fielder to have a day like that on the field, and especially in such an important game and for a team that's second on the log. You do want to make sure about those catches, but at the end of the day, the team is in such a good position that today it's maybe let it slide.
And played down the leg side, and as you were saying, that Mia is quite young, and it's good to have experienced players like Yandiswa batting with her. In situations like this, it becomes quite daunting for a youngster to come in. There's an incredible amount of pressure. There are 5 wickets down Western Province, and they only have 52 runs up on the board. It is the 10th over, so things are starting to look like they are turning into Lions side, and this one also is going down leg, and may just be leg by, but as I was saying before, it's really tough when you're a youngster coming in and the pressure is this much.
I think there's 2 ways to look at it. I do agree with you, as a youngster coming in, there's a lot of pressure at this moment, but I also think this is one of the better pressure situations to be in, and I'll speak about it now. A quick single, great running by the 2 batters. So I think this is just a very bad situation for any player to be in, and there's not much you can do. I do think because overall the team is struggling and it's a very bad situation they find themselves in, you as a youngster actually can relieve some of that pressure from yourself. I do think there's more pressure in a situation where there's 5 runs needed from the last 2 balls, etc., and you have to face it. In this situation, she comes in and actually she has not much to lose. Ooh, and that will be a wide. She'll have to ball that over again. So my opinion would be, and I do hope there's some guidance from the senior players to tell someone like Mia, you basically have 10 more overs left, a bit less than that. Like, just play a natural game, try to see how many balls you can possibly face, because that will actually be a great learning curve for her.
Finds the outside edge, and unfortunately it beats the keeper. Oh my goodness, that would have been something else if it was caught. And it really does just move past Rosina Manak there. It would have been an interesting wicket.
Yeah, to be honest, she actually almost had it. I thought what I mean by that is that it was definitely a difficult chance, and I thought, okay, there's no way she's going to catch that, but she actually put in a very solid effort to get quite close. So, bit unfortunate that she didn't hold on, but it was a very difficult opportunity, and she probably wouldn't have done that. And we'll look now at the 12th over starting with the captain coming into the attack.
Welcome back. It's been an interesting game since you've stepped away to stretch your legs.
Gee whiz, I've missed quite a bit. There's been a little bit of everything, a few drop catches, a few wickets, a few boundaries, and certainly new batters at the crease since I've taken somewhat of a break. Western Province still in a lot of trouble, but certainly behind the 8 ball now.
Yeah, Province is definitely in a bit of trouble. And, we keep saying that one of the most important things is partnerships. And it just seems like Province hasn't had the neck on the pulse right now.
No, not at all. Just haven't seemed to get any real partnerships going. Not too many batters also coming up with the runs. I mean, obviously there were the early wickets at the top of the order, but Adams, Reyneke and Mangele all getting starts. Mangele's still there, but she's got everything to do. She's got Lola with her, who's 3 from 5 really. And that required run rate now slipping above or creeping well above the 10-run mark. Some really good bowling by Ntokozake Rasibe. Pretty tidy over so far. Oh, and she's got a wicket at the end of it all. 1 wicket, 1 run, and looks like the Lions are closing in on a big victory over Western Province, who it seems are about to lose their very first game of the T20 Challenge this campaign.
I'm quite sure the energy at the dugout for Province is quite low, because it does not seem like this game is even savable at this point.
Yeah, I can imagine it would be some sort of turnaround, a remarkable turnaround to be exact, if Western Province were to get anything there. Just getting too much flight there from Rasibe, and it was the Western Province batter just playing all around that one, really not sure, should I go straight, should I go forward, should I go on the back foot, and ended up doing nothing in between at the end.
I think stepping across and trying to play it onto the offside really just opened up all of the wickets, and Ndozake will find the wickets, and that she did.
Yeah, really brilliant bit of bowling from the Lions skipper. Only went for 1 in that over. She also got a wicket at the end of it, just to assert the dominance from the Lions here, who might be thinking about getting a bit of a mental edge against Western Province, because as we said at the top of the broadcast this morning, this could potentially be a final, so somewhat of a dress rehearsal for that final if things go according to plan for both of these sides. And you would imagine Western Province would definitely be reminded about this if that were to be the case.
A sneaky delivery, almost finding that outside edge. But, a quick conversation between the two batters. You can only imagine what the conversation is between Mia and Tatum at the moment.
Yeah, Lola certainly struggled since she's been at the crease. Really seemed as though she hasn't been able to pick up the speed of the ball, or maybe it might be skidding on a bit too quick for her, but she certainly doesn't look comfortable, but she's still there. A lot straighter this time, and nicely played down the ground. Tatum Leroux comes sneaking down but gets sent back. Another dot ball, and this Lions pressure just keeps on piling on.
It's definitely piling on as we stand right now. We're at the 12th over. It's 60 for 6, and it's a fresh partnership that is starting up between Lola and Leroux. So it is quite the mountain that they have to climb in order to save this game. Quick single taken.
Oh, a little bit of pressure, and just not staying alert there was Tatum Leroux. A second could have been on. We saw it a couple overs ago when you and Ane were still in together on commentary, Mumba, was that just a little bit of pressure, a little bit of singles, and the odd boundary here and there. The Lions started just becoming a little bit lackadaisy in the field, a bit complacent, a few misfields, a few fumbles, and that can always swing the momentum. But I don't think Western Province have, capitalized on those little openings they had.
Definitely, I don't think they capitalized at all. Unfortunately, that's how the game slips away from you.
That and losing wickets at regular intervals.
Definitely so, and it's really unfortunate that we've seen so many wickets fall in succession after each other.
But fair play to the Lions. They've come out here with a plan. They've stuck to their guns. They got those early wickets in that first 2 balls of this run chase and just really haven't looked back. And one would always think that the more it stays, the equation and the run rate stays at less than 2 runs a ball, you still have a chance. At the moment, just beginning to slip further and further away. Nice bit of fielding there. Could turn back for an overthrow. And a bit of a fortuitous 2 getting added to the score of Mia Lawler.
And that's what you need, especially in this point of the game, is to just have that scoreboard ticking over. It also injects a little bit of confidence to the batting side to see that okay, this game is still quite manageable, and even if we go down, let's go down with a fight.
Yeah, you still just feel that the way things are set up at the moment, 79 runs to go, at 1 more ball left of the 13th over, and then it's all just going to look like too much of a tall order. And that's a bit uppish, goes behind square, lands safely, and they'll just pick up a single.
It's been a real interesting one. I think what really put what really put Province in a little bit of a tight corner are those very crucial wickets that they lost within the power play. It really didn't set them up too well.
No, not at all, but just certainly, as you mentioned, put them on the back foot from the get-go. And once that happens inside the first 2-3 overs, like you mentioned, in the power play, it gives you too much to do. You start overthinking your processes, starts a little bit of uncharacteristic performances start creeping in, and before you know it, you're in all sorts of trouble. Plays across the line, does Lola, and she'll send that one out to the mid-wicket boundary, picks up a single as Ntozake Raisibe comes in for her 2nd over from the Calvin Grove end.
And definitely when Ntozake comes in, it's quite a dangerous bowler, especially if you don't necessarily have a plan for her. And I see she's chosen to go right hand around the bowler, as Tatum is left-handed.
Lofted over, but lands safely, shouldn't make its way to the boundary. Or a little bit of confusion between the batters. And that was actually a theme of the Lions' batting performance yesterday. They had quite a few run-outs. Seems like Western Province have taken over that mantle today.
And it's something you do not want to repeat, because once that creeps in, it becomes...
Big shot. Oh, and another one put down. Could be a run-out, and is! She's gone! It's all happening at Newlands. What is going on?
Just as I was finishing my thoughts, saying that once that notion of run-outs starts to creep in, it's very hard to shake it off. And unfortunately, that's exactly what happened here. Really unfortunate to see a run-out, especially at this stage of the game.
And Mia Lola would have certainly thought there, okay, wow, I've gotten away with one. She's put that catch down. Another ball to live, but she couldn't make it into her ground in time, and unfortunately she's on the way back to the hut for 8 from 11 deliveries. The DP World Lions now 3 good balls or 3 good moments away from a big victory at World Sports Betting Newlands.
Truly, this is quite a game that we I don't know, we didn't see coming. As we know Province to be quite an indomitable force when it comes to the Pro20 series. So to see them going down like this it's kind of difficult to watch.
It is to an extent, but you can understand a bunch of the performances. Western Province obviously missing a few of their key players, but it's also a good opportunity for these players, more experienced ones, to get some minutes under their belt, learn from a difficult moment, and take these on further into their careers, and hopefully for a lot of them they won't have to experience something like this again, but certainly more learnings than negatives, to be honest.
Definitely so. And we've got another youngster up now, Jaylee Philander.
A bit of width on offer, but she chooses to pick out the fielder. I don't think she intended that, but at least there's bat on ball. Goes down the ground for a single. Some good fielding once again from the Lions. Really sharp in the field today, apart from those drop catches, but in terms of the shying at the stumps, walking in with the bowler, reminding the batting team that the run rate is creeping up. They haven't scored a run in X, Y, Z. You can still see the body language and belief on the Highveld side.
Definitely. You can, once you can tell a team's got the mental upper hand, it becomes quite difficult for the batting side, especially for Province, to try and also get that bravado going.
So we see Liani Swanepoel coming back into the attack from the Weinberg end. She had a pretty tidy over to start up with, just the 5 from it. Jaylee Philander will be on strike for this one. Swanepoel comes right arm over. Quick single again. Comes home safe this time, does Philander. But I definitely think that despite how the run chase has been or gone for Western Province, this is certainly a moment for whoever's coming in next, for these two batters, LaRue and Philander, to just get rid of the shackles and play freely. Nicely bowled and just plucked away to the square leg boundary.
And I think it's in you saying that it's time to get rid of the shackles. I think that's exactly what Tatum LaRue did right there. You could hear just from the sound of the bat on ball that was hit with some real power. Just unfortunate that it didn't pierce through all the way for a boundary.
Some good timing as well, and certainly when things aren't going in your favor and you're under pressure, under the pump, you'll start middling balls, playing the right shots, but surprise, surprise, you'll pick out the fielder almost every single time. Upish, another chance, but falls short. Western Province just getting away with that one there. Going to need a lot more to go their way if they get anywhere close to their 143 run target.
Yeah, definitely. And unfortunately, that one was just not hit. I didn't even think it was quite middled well.
Not at all.
Slightly caught some flight there, and it almost created an opportunity for catch.
Full, and that's played across the line, and that will go to the boundary. That's nicely played by Tatum LaRue. She picked that one up nice and early, got into position, spotted the gap, lofted the shot over mid-on, and that one runs to the boundary for a much-needed boundary.
Definitely much needed, and if we take a look again, picked up exactly at the right position. She got down almost on one knee, and she just really allowed her arms to work through that motion.
Still that required run rate well above the 12-run mark, so well above 2 runs per ball, which is never a favourable situation for any batter or any batting side, but this is T20 cricket after all, so things can change in the space of 3 or 4 balls. Just doesn't seem likely at this stage. Upish again, but should be safe over the inner ring. They'll turn for 2. And the slide helps Jaylee Philander get in safely. Ooh, she might have injured herself in the process. Just grabbed her neck there. Umpire having a bit of a word, but she seems okay.
It's a quick return for Jamie. Did you see how quickly she got up?
Yeah.
Just looks like she may have just injured her neck, but nothing to write home about.
That's on the legs, and that's whipped away. Should go to the boundary unless, nope. Looks like Ayabonga Kaka out on that boundary. She wasn't able to stop that. Would have taken some stopping, but another pressure relieving boundary. A good over for Western Province, but still not out of the woods. They are 82 for 7 after 15 overs, still needing 61 runs for victory with 30 balls to spare.
And like you said before, it's a brilliant over. It does inject some confidence to the batting pairs. A boundary really just makes you as the batting side feel like, wow, hang on here. We've got something to work with.
And speaking of something to work with, I have someone else to work with as to see me out or to see the rest of this innings out. Thank you so much, Humba Mazaleni. It's been an absolute joy and pleasure on comms this afternoon, as I'm joined by Anne Havenga.
Yes, Kieran. So the big question is the Western Province ladies going to see out this innings, or is the Lions women going to pick up 3 quick wickets in the last 5 overs?
Yeah, I think that will also be the message from the fielding side out there. Just reminding the batters, 3 good balls, 3 good moments is all they need. While Western Province have a proverbial mountain to climb, needing more than 2 runs a ball for the last 30 deliveries of this innings. As we see a change in the bowling, Khomotso Rapo'o coming in from the Calvin Grove end. Starts with 1 on the legs, it's whipped away. They think about the second, but it was never on. And one thing I must commend the Lions on for this bowling performance is just having a look at the scoreboard and the amount of extras or lack thereof that they've conceded. Western Province were nearing the double digits, if not past the double digits, whereas the Lions, they've only conceded 3 extras, which is pretty impressive playing away from home.
Yes, now the Lions women have definitely showed up today, and right from the start, they had a crucial partnership with the batting, and the bowling has been superb.
Comes down the track, a bit uppish. Will it go all the way? Looks like it did.
Looks like it.
And we have another maximum. Is there a twist in the tail? Tatum LaRue says maybe. Western Province not going down without a fight, and if Tatum LaRue is there until the end, they might have some sort of a chance. Some really good footwork from the left-hander there. Comes down the track to turn that, what would have been a really good ball actually, turn that into a half volley and sent that over mid-wicket. Comes down again, and this time she stumped. Great work behind the stumps by Razina Manak. So seems to be a touch of confusion in the commentary box. Looked like it was bowled or stumped. Really could be either or. Comes down.
I think it's bowled.
Yeah, that was bowled. Wicket keeper is always trying to take the bowler's limelight.
Yes, but we actually had a similar confusion a bit earlier on, and the reason for that is it is very difficult with this angle where the keeper is positioned to see what happens. Because I think earlier I also thought something was stumped and it was actually bowled. The keeper actually also even went up after she collected the ball. So very much confusion, but at the end of the day, Tatum LaRue is walking and she's off. And that means that Iman van Skalkwyk comes into the crease. And that means they are now 89 for 8 with about 4.2 overs left. So as we said in the beginning of this over, what's it going to be? 3 wickets or seen out the 5 overs? At the moment, another wicket has fallen. So it seems like they might end with all 10 wickets being bowled, but we can't say that quite yet.
Yeah, cricket's a funny old game, and coming to the crease, as you mentioned, the debutante van Skalkwyk. She got a taste of professional cricket yesterday in the 50 over. Here she is in a difficult situation in the 20 over. Gets bat on ball to start. Bit of confusion again. And the Lions smelling a victory. Gives that one air. And that's just worked down the leg side for a single. And that should be the end of the over as well. That takes the score to 90 for 8 after 16. Yeah, and I think the required run rate is just way too far, especially considering the caliber of batters left and how many wickets they have left in the bank, or lack thereof. Still 2 batters to come, but tail enders. So it looks as though the Lions are trying to close this innings out, as we see Rapo'o coming back into the attack.
And we've spoken about 2 possible scenarios playing out. Let's just quickly have a look at this ball.
Oh.
And it will probably just be a single. They were thinking of 2, but good fielding by Evans. So, yes, just quickly looking at the 2 possible situations. Firstly, we mentioned that either the Western Province ladies have to see out this innings, but secondly, the Lions women need to pick up 2 more wickets to win this game even further. It's a bit out of the equation, the 52 more runs needed, but I think something that adds some extra spice to it is that the Western Province ladies will try to get to 109 to avoid the bonus point to the Lions. Oof. So it's not only just seen out the last 3.4 overs, but it's also to add another 17 runs to their total to make sure that the bonus point is not awarded to the Lions.
Oh, that one just missing the outside off stump there. And that certainly doesn't look like a likely equation to unfold at this stage. 17 more runs required for Western Province to avoid a bonus point defeat. The Lions can smell that. Some good teamwork out there in the field. Prevents the ball creeping through for potentially 2 or 3 or a couple more. Western Province just about picking up a single there. Gives that air, that's gone up and falls safely. Could be another run out attempt.
Just
Umpire
short
not
from
interested.
the fielder and not a run out, but that sees the end of Rasibe with her third over seen its end, as she is now currently 9 runs for 1 wicket, and she has 1 more over left that they might require of her. But as we said, I think it's a bit out of the equation, the 49 runs needed. They are not going to get that, but they will have to push their total to 109 to avoid the bonus point. And of course the Lions women will have to take that last 2 wickets, hopefully in relatively short succession, to make sure that they stay on top of this innings.
Just on your point about that bonus point defeat, back to that in a second. Nicely played down to the square leg boundary. They'll get a single. Just back to what you were saying about avoiding that bonus point defeat. It actually looked as though Philander and Van Schalkwyk were speaking about that in the change of over. They both had a look over towards the scoreboard, so you would imagine that chatter would have been about trying to avoid that bonus point defeat. Big shot over the top.
It's going to be cut off by the fielder for Yun Lo. Really makes a mistake. We've spoken about her athleticism and professionality over the years. 42 years old, but
she's been exceptional today in the field with the bat as well. Played a match-winning, what would seem or what would appear to be a match-winning knock. As Western Province just slowly begin to chip away at their new target.
Yes, definitely.
Big shot again, lands safely, picks up another single, does Iman van Schalkwyk. I think there could maybe be a bit more emphasis on the Lions or from the Lions. Paddle shot, plays behind square, and that's cheeky batting.
Yes, always interesting to see that shot in a situation like this, where there's 2 wickets left.
And especially considering the fact that there wasn't that much pace on the ball, so Jaylee Philander had to go fetch that one outside the off stump, played it behind her leg stump. Oh, flat batted that one back at the bowler. Some decent fielding off her own bowling from Rapo'o.
And that is the end of her second over, 13 runs and 1 wicket, 5 singles from this over. And yes, the Western Province ladies etching closer to that 109 to avoid the bonus point. And the Lions will definitely need to try to get this last 2 wickets.
Yeah, so just 10 more runs required then. And how do you think they should go about this? Should they wait for the loose ball? Should they try and be a bit more aggressive but sensible?
I think the fact that they got 5 singles in the previous over was quite a good intention to follow.
There's that loose delivery.
Not given.
Go up for the appeal, but it looked like it actually hit well outside the line. Umpire Ian Mostert was never interested, said no immediately, as we see on that replay. Yeah, clearly ball striking outside the off stump. Giving that one air again, another chance, and some good running again.
That did look quite sore as she threw herself to the ground to make sure to slide in there. It did look quite painful, and she looks okay, Philander, but it's going to leave a bruise, and I don't think that was the most comfortable position she found herself in.
Certainly not. And that's also the 100 up for Western Province after 18.2 overs. And just can't seem to stay out the game is Philander, even though she's at the non-strikers end. That ball just has a way of following you.
Yes, 2 balls ago, Philander almost took herself out on the ground, and now her teammate followed in similar pursuit.
Goes for the reverse sweep. Tried to play that behind square, maybe at the toe end of the bat, and found cover. An interesting tactic from the from Raisibe, who's trying to offer the big shot onto the leg side where she's got 3 catches on the boundary. Does she take the bait? She goes for the big shot but plays it along the ground.
Just the single.
And it looks like the approach from Western Province is pretty clear now. Just try and do this in singles. They're 7 runs away from avoiding a bonus point defeat. That's a big shot. 1 bounce collected on the boundary.
Just not getting the ball away, but obviously it is very difficult circumstances. The Lions women have been bowling really well. I think their fielding could have been better at times, but it wasn't tested too much because of the situation that they went under that much pressure, thanks to McKee's right from the start. But yes, we'll now see the last over of this match. The win is out of the door for the Western Province women. The Lions women surely has bagged this one, but they have to get 109 runs to avoid the bonus point to the Lions. So 6 more runs needed to ensure that the Lions doesn't get the bonus point.
Big shot straight down the ground. They'll just get away with a single.
No, sorry. 114 then, sorry. No, 103. Sorry, it's 114. I apologize. I made a mistake.
Just
They're not going to
got confirmation that the bonus point to avoid is in fact not 109 but 114, which makes it a bit more difficult. That means from the last 4 balls they have to get 9 runs. it's not impossible, but if we have a look at the trend of the last few overs, it seems a bit unlikely. So,
Extremely.
yes, the Lions woman is in a very good position for the win and then the bonus point.
Gives that one air. Some good work behind the stumps, and this time brilliantly done by Razina Manak, who gets a stumping, and that is the end of Iman van Skalkwyk, who's gone for 8 of 12 deliveries. As the writing is clearly on the wall for World Sports Betting Western Province women.
I think the Lions women, they know they've bagged the win. They know they will possibly get that bonus point. And I think the cherry on top would be if they can actually bowl the side out. So 3 more balls left, 1 more wicket. I think for the Lions women, they will definitely try to get that last wicket. So that always seems just more impressive to know that you've bowled this side out completely, especially in a T20 game.
And away from home.
Definitely.
So lots of things to be proud of and to be happy of with this performance for the Lions, coming to Cape Town off the back of a difficult defeat yesterday or closely contested loss in that Pro20 match. They've come out 24 hours later against the same opposition, same toss result, but it seems as though the overall result will be different, and they seemingly will be ending the unbeaten run of Western Province.
Yes, how impressive has that not been? We'll speak about it now shortly. And there's an appeal.
There's an appeal,
and it's given. And that was caught by the keeper behind stumps. Bold and great ball and great work there by the wicket keeper. And that brings an end to the match.
So here we just see that last delivery again. Rapo'o, right arm over, gives it a bit of flight. Big appeal from Manak behind the stumps, and that is the end for Western Province as they get bowled out for 105. It's the DP World Lions women who win this one by 37 runs. Western Province would have needed to pull off their 3rd highest run chase in T20s, and their highest against the Lions. Their previous best was 135 last season. That wasn't able to be the case today, as the women from the Highveld came to World Sports Betting Newlands, getting the job done, giving Province their first defeat. And here we just have a look at that scorecard again. Just not enough runs from the Western Province batters. Tatum LaRue top scoring with 20 of 10. Not good enough. Leah Jones was decent for 19 runs. Kelsey Adams at the top of the order had wickets falling around her. And Jaylee Philander remains unbeaten at the end. They're just not enough for Western Province. But it was Relebohile Mkhize who did the damage up top with the ball, taking 3 for 15. Khomotso Rapo'o also ended up with 3 for 15. So pretty similar to yesterday when these sides met, the game going down to the last over. Yesterday there were 2 balls left, and now it's a different result, but still with 2 balls to spare. It's the Lions who will head back to the Highveld with a bonus point victory in the Pro20 over Western Province. From myself and the rest of the commentary team, thank you very much for tuning in. We'll see you soon.
the match is this best.
It's been an interesting game here at the WSB Newlands cricket grounds, and the DP World Lions win by 37 runs. First up, we're going to call the player of the match, Sunette Viljoen-Louw.
Thank you, my dear.
Awesome. Thank you. Congratulations, Sunette. It's been an incredible game. Tell me, what was your mindset?
Yeah, I just enjoy the batting. I really enjoy it to bat for the Lions. Doesn't matter where I am and under what pressure we are. I just see the ball to the best of my ability, and that I can contribute. It makes my heart so happy. And at the end of the day, we wanted to reach 150. Our coach said that was our target. And me and Matty really batted nicely. Always wonderful to come down to the Cape. They have the privilege to play on Newlands is awesome, and to come away with a win today is really, we wanted to come back hard and we hit hard back, so really proud of the team today.
Absolutely brilliant. Well, we've got a gift here from Hollywoodbets.
Wow, thank you so much. Oh, really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Absolutely well done from Sunette Viljoen-Louw. And now we're going to be calling the losing captain, Leah Jones. Leah, an unfortunate end to the unbeaten streak. Tell me how you're feeling right now.
It's not much. I don't think it's too bad. Obviously still laying second on the table, but we wanted to secure that final spot today. Obviously we're going to have to depend on the Titans game now, but it's just not much, but hopefully we obviously got to do better next week.
And in terms of where do you see the game slipping away?
I think our batting let us down today. We've got to be better in that department. Have been struggling with, but obviously with the likes of Faye and Law being gone, that ain't not here. Our batting depended a lot on them, and I think the other batters need to step up now and do a job. So yeah.
Thanks. Thank you. And now to call the winning captain, Raisibe Ndozake. And absolutely congratulations for your brilliant win. At the moment, how are you feeling?
Really excited. Everything came together. I mean, we've been having a bit of jaggy feelings in terms of batting first, but I think today it proves that my team can actually get 1% better and pick up their hands when the times are hard. I mean, it's been a really tough morning for us. We have 3 players that are sick, and we needed to just play for them, and we unified and everything came together.
And tell me, you guys had a change of mindset. We can tell the energy on the field. Tell me, how did you guys do that?
Look, man, it's one of those games where you just need to pick up your hand and show up, and they did that today. I mean, the intent was insane from ball one, and that got passed down from player to player. Everybody that was coming in was very intentional about what they're doing, and I think that's why we won this one.
Just the Hollywoodbets son congratulating you on your awesome win. And a final question, how are you feeling going into the next week of matches?
Really prepared. Just need to rest and then we continue where we left off. I'm still going to say the processes need to be very clinical and we need to be consistent in what we do, and everything will just take care of itself.
Okay. Thank you very much, and have a good rest of your week.
Thank you so much, Umbo.
And that's it here from the Hollywoodbets Pro20 series. Well, a massive congratulations to the Lions. And that's us here wrapping it up at the post-match interviews.